Chapter 26. For the old-fashioned Enshu, he would not let them go down the mountain easily. However, the sect master said that cultivation should be balanced between work and rest, so he allowed them to go out once every 4 or 5 months. In fact, in the past 2 years, every time they went out, they would go to a forest with the eldest senior brother and the others to hunt some demonic beasts. After that, they would go out to exchange for some spirit stones, and then go to a city to buy some things. I want to go to the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant to eat roasted whole legs. Kong Kong was drooling. When he thought of the food on the mountain and how Enshu was the chef when his master was not around, his stomach felt sour. The feeling of being hung up made him want to cry but have no tears. In fact, it was not only him, everyone went out to improve the food. Enshu did not know how to cook, but he liked to rush to cook. In his mind, the sect master could not waste time on trivial things like cooking, so he cooked most of the time. Then you have to hunt a level 1 demonic beast to exchange for spirit stones, Cheng Yang said. Kong Kong immediately showed a flattering smile and jumped to Cheng Yan's side. He shook Cheng Yan's thigh and put on a posture he thought was the cutest. He said in a childish voice, "Eldest senior brother, I know you are the best to Kong Kong. In fact, you can help me kill a few demonic beasts, right? You can kill a few more and I can eat a few more roasted whole legs. Do you think demonic beasts are so easy to kill?" Cheng Yang helplessly flicked Kong Kong's head and then shook his head. Naturally, Cheng Yang would help Kong Kong meow meow and Kong Kong meow meow. Every time he went out, he would pay extra attention to make sure that the two didn't get lost. These 2 kids were still growing. Basically, Cheng Yang would satisfy whatever they wanted. However, Cheng Yang wouldn't make it too obvious. "I'm going to buy 2 pairs of pants." Xiong Nan tilted his head and thought for a while before saying, "Last time, Enshu said that he wanted to test my cultivation. He messed me up so badly that my clothes were ragged." Enshu would often give them special training. The content of the special training was to test each person's swordsmanship and cultivation. Enshu would not be as easy to deal with as Cheng Yang. Every time he made a move, everyone would at least have a bloody nose and swollen face. Furthermore, after going through Enshu's inspection, one had to be approved by Enshu. Only when he felt that one had improved over the past few days could one be considered to have passed. If you didn't make any progress, then you would have to eat Enshu's cooking obediently. Perhaps Enshu also realized that his cooking skills were torture to others, so he had been using it as a bargaining chip. It was the best punishment. It had to be said that this punishment was very effective because everyone took it very seriously. No one wanted to taste Enshu's cooking for several days in a row. It was a process that was worse than death. It was very challenging for one's taste buds. It might make one lose their desire for food. The point was that Enshu's cooking skills had not improved at all after cooking for so long. His concept was that food was food if it could not kill. "Where's Ling Er?" Cheng Yang asked. Needless to say, she must have gone to the academy, Mu Yu answered from the side. Everyone had already guessed Lan Ling Er's purpose for going to the academy. She was going there to ask if there was any news about second senior brother. Every time she went down the mountain, she would go to the academy. The academy was actually a relay station for the major sects. Every day, disciples of other sects would come and go, so the news was the most up-to-date. Mu Yu felt that Lan Ling Er's actions were completely meaningless. The second senior brother that he had never met before never came back after going down the mountain one day. No one knew where he went. It had been 5 or 6 years. If second senior brother really wanted to come back, he would have come back a long time ago. Mu Yu guessed that something must have happened to second senior brother. Unfortunately, Lan Ling Er didn't believe it. "It's none of your business." Lan Ling Er rolled her eyes at Mu Yu. Mu Yu was used to Lan Ling Er rolling her eyes, so he didn't take it seriously. He said to eldest senior brother, "Senior brother, I want to go back to the village this time. Can I?" Mu Yu had been here for 2 years and had never returned to the village. After all, he was born and raised there. He had too many memories. He also missed the village chief very much. The village chief probably didn't know which sect he had entered. However, Mu Yu felt that the village chief would definitely be disappointed because he didn't enter the legendary number 1 sect, Qingsong school. Instead, he entered the Luo Chen sect, which was ranked last in the cultivation world. Mu Yu knew that his sect only had a small number of people. Whether it was Xiong Nan or Lan Ling they were not inferior to the disciples of other sects. Not to mention, there was also Cheng Yang, the hidden eldest senior brother. However, the outside world looked down on his sect. In addition to his master's indifferent personality, he didn't care about this title. Are you going to walk? Or do you want to walk? Don't fly. You'll embarrass our sect if you fly too low, Lan Ling said sarcastically. Mu Yu shrugged. It's okay. I can crawl. His fellow disciples were all fatherless and didn't have much to worry about. Mu Yu thought that he should also go back to visit the village chief. However, he probably couldn't be taken out by the village chief to walk in front of the other villagers. At the thought of this, Mu Yu quickly cut off this idea. He wasn't a mule. Why would he walk? Ling is going to the school and you're going back to the village. The two of you are going the same way. If you go together, you can take care of each other on the way. Cheng Yang was worried about Mu Yu. In terms of going out, Ling didn't need to worry because she went out by herself every time she went to the school. She was more experienced. Lan Ling's eyes widened. What? I'm not going with him. He flies so slowly. It's embarrassing to go with him. Ling don't throw a tantrum. We're all brothers and sisters. The outside world isn't like here. I'm worried about Mu Yu going alone. Cheng Yang knew that Mu Yu didn't have the experience of going out alone. Usually, Mu Yu would go with him. In the past 2 years, he had only gone down the mountain 5 or 6 times. His knowledge of the cultivation world was far from enough. Lan Ling didn't say anything. She just glanced fiercely at Mu Yu. She would still listen to her eldest senior brother. Moreover, if her master knew about this, he would definitely let the two of them go together. Mu Yu actually didn't want to go with Lan Ling because along the way, he had to endure all kinds of sarcasm from Lan Ling He also wanted to protest, but after thinking about it, he decided to let it go. Since eldest senior brother had already said this, there was no room to refute. You have to follow me closely, junior brother. Don't cry if you get lost, Lan Ling said arrogantly. Mu Yu had the urge to curse. He was always treated like a little kid by Lan Ling In fact, Lan Ling was only 2 years older than Mu Yu. However, because girls matured earlier, she was half a head taller than Mu Yu. This made Mu Yu very depressed. Don't worry. At least I'll find my way home. Unlike a certain senior brother who still hasn't heard from him. Maybe he has a bad sense of direction. He still can't find his way back. Mu Yu didn't want to be outdone. The best way to fight back against Lan Ling was to bring up the mysterious disappearance of his second senior brother. Lan Ling stood up and looked at Mu Yu angrily. The others looked helplessly at Mu Yu and Lan Ling bickering. Everyone knew not to provoke Lan Ling on the topic of second senior brother, but only Mu Yu didn't avoid it. No one else could interrupt their argument on this topic. Second senior brother doesn't need anyone to look after him when he goes out. Lan Ling left after saying this. Cheng Yang looked at the two with a headache. Even he wouldn't mention Luo Shong in front of Lan Ling but Mu Yu always used this to bicker with Lan Ling Cheng Yang said, "Can't you talk less about Luo Shong?" Chapter 27. Feng Haochen was busy in the vegetable garden. Mu Yu rarely saw his master cultivate. His master was always planting vegetables and then lying on his armchair to look at the scenery. At night, he would tell them about the cultivation world, including magic treasures, pills, and all kinds of treasures that cultivators would go crazy for. Mu Yu felt that his master was really a treasure book in the cultivation world. The herbs and magic treasures he talked about every day were incomparably magical. Some of the techniques he talked about were also eye-opening for Mu Yu. Feng Haochen rarely went down the mountain. Occasionally, he would go out once or twice, but it was only for trivial matters between the sects. In fact, Feng Haochen never interfered with the affairs of the major sects in the cultivation world. The other sects would not change anything because of his words. He had always been very low-key. Mu Yu really did not know where his profound knowledge came from. You two be careful on the road. Don't get separated. Go early and come back early, Feng Haochen said without raising his head as he took care of the vegetable garden. Disciple understands. Yes. It was hard to say who was more annoyed about going together. Lan Ling felt that she was carrying a burden, while Mu Yu felt that he had an extra meddlesome woman by his side. The two of them had just reached the foot of the mountain when they had their first argument. Will you die if you fly a little higher? Lan Ling had been waiting for Mu Yu at the foot of the mountain for a long time. Normally, when going out, they would directly set off from the mountain gate halfway up the mountain. However, Mu Yu, who was afraid of heights, insisted on setting off from the foot of the mountain. Lan Ling flew straight down the mountain in a huff. Mu Yu slowly circled around the cliff to reach the foot of the mountain, making Lan Ling wait for a long time. I don't know if I'll die, but if I fly a little lower, I'm sure I won't die. Mu Yu would not blush. Regarding flying, he was prepared to be mocked by Lan Ling before going down the mountain. Then you better keep up with my speed. Lan Ling circled to a height of about 50 meters in front of Mu Yu. At this height, she was certain that Mu Yu would not fly up. This could be considered a provocation to Mu Yu. Mu Yu's flying speed would not be slow. Fortunately, this was the case. Otherwise, he would be scolded by Lan Ling again. He scratched his nose gloomily, sat on the flying sword, and flew in the direction of Lan Ling. The two of them flew in the direction of the academy, one high and one low. The academy was a little far from here. Back then, Feng Haochen had to fly for 4 hours. Their cultivation was much weaker than their master's, so they would need at least 8 hours. Along the way, no one spoke. Lan Ling didn't want to talk to Mu Yu, and Mu Yu didn't want to ask for a snub. In fact, Mu Yu had only taken this path once before when he came to Mount Luochen. If he were to walk on his own, he might take a wrong turn, so he still had to rely on Lan Ling to lead the way. After flying for more than 2 hours, they could no longer see Luochen Mountain. Mu Yu suddenly felt that this kind of trip was quite boring. In the past, when he went out with eldest senior brother and the others, they would talk and laugh. They would not be lonely. When he went out alone with Lan Ling the two of them used second senior brother as a breakthrough point. Lan Ling only said one sentence to him in these 2 hours. Second senior brother used to like to fly very high. He felt that men should fly even higher and pursue a wider sky. Mu Yu replied, maybe second senior brother just flew too high and fell and lost his memory. He still can't find his way back. Lan Ling was so angry that she flew even higher. Now, Mu Yu could only see a red dot in the sky ahead. Lan Ling should be more than 100 meters above the ground now. Other than that, the unforeseen event of this trip was that when Mu Yu passed through a canyon, he was suddenly blocked by a few fierce-looking self-cultivators. Stinking brat, how dare you trespass on our territory? You're courting death. A man with a full face of curly hair came over aggressively and chopped Mu Yu down with a flying axe. Mu Yu was a little stunned. He didn't know that this canyon was someone else's territory. He was just flying low and didn't realize that he had trespassed into a place he shouldn't have. In front of him, 5 or 6 self-cultivators of different ages appeared one after another. They were old and young, and they all stared at Mu Yu covetously, making Mu Yu a little scared. Before he became a cultivator, he also looked up to those people. 2 years later, he was facing these self-cultivators alone. This made Mu Yu feel quite emotional. Sorry to disturb you. I'll leave now. Mu Yu had never encountered such a situation before. There were some places in the world of self-cultivators that couldn't be casually trespassed. Many places were places where self-cultivators cultivated. His master had once told him that self-cultivators were extremely sensitive to their own private territory. It was very unwise to accidentally trespass. In the past, when he went out with Chengyang and the others, he had never encountered such a situation. In fact, Chengyang was very familiar with the place and naturally wouldn't bring them to trespass on other people's territory. Mu Yu was just flying just now and didn't notice where he was flying to. Leave. Do you think our Dragon Tiger Gorge is a place where you can come and go as you please? Another yellow-robed old Daoist sneered and looked at Muyu with disdain. This yellow-robed old Daoist looked to be in his 50s or 60s. His beard was white and his voice was somewhat sharp. He looked shifty. Seniors, I didn't mean to offend you. It was really a mistake. I apologize to everyone here. Muyu raised his head and glanced at the sky. Lan Ling'er's figure had already disappeared. She probably didn't know that Muyu had been stopped by others. If she found out, she would probably scold him again. Haha, with one look, I can tell that this little brat is some small sect's errand boy. Since he came to our Dragon Tiger Gorge, if he wants to leave, then hand over all the spirit stones and treasures on him. Another flirtatious woman laughed. Spirit stones? Treasures? Was this considered robbery? Muyu didn't have a single spirit stone in his pocket. Spirit stones were usually used to provide spiritual energy during cultivation and could increase the speed of cultivation. In the past, Anshu would place a few spirit stones in the hall for anyone who wanted to take them. Muyu used a spirit stone when he broke through from the Qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage. He didn't use it during cultivation and didn't bring any spirit stones with him this time. Spirit stones were very precious and were also the currency of the cultivation world. The falling dust sect looked so shabby, so it would be strange if every disciple had a lot of spirit stones. In fact, there were mines in the cultivation world that specialized in mining spirit stones. However, spirit stone mines were too rare and there were too many cultivators. Therefore, the Qingsong school set a rule that every year, a few sects would compete with each other and be ranked according to the results. At the same time, they would also choose disciples based on this ranking. The Falling Dust sect, which stood aloof from worldly affairs, was directly kicked out of the rankings. The only thing in his pocket that could be considered a treasure was the Shadow Clone Sword. Other than that, there were a few silver ingots that the village chief gave him. Muyu still couldn't bear to spend them. I don't have any spirit stones or treasures. Muyu wasn't very worried about the people in front of him. Among them, the bearded man had the highest cultivation level and was at the second layer of the foundation establishment stage. The woman's cultivation level was at the first layer of the foundation establishment stage. As for the yellow-robed old Daoist, he hadn't even reached the foundation establishment stage and was only at the 9th layer of the Qi refining stage. The other three young people were also only at the Qi refining stage. Muyu thought for a moment. His cultivation level was at the 3rd layer of the foundation establishment stage. Although Anshu and his master had always said that he was suitable for cultivation, his cultivation level was at the bottom in the sect, excluding Kong Kong and Miao Miao. He didn't expect that there would be someone with a lower cultivation level than him. He curled his lips and felt that this couldn't be separated from his diligence. In fact, most cultivators were very diligent, but diligence was also related to talent. Muyu had neglected this point. If it were other people, how could they reach the foundation establishment stage in 2 years? This kind of cultivation speed was already heaven-defying, but it lacked comparison with other cultivators. Therefore, Muyu didn't feel that his cultivation speed was different. He didn't need to worry about these people now. Instead, he was more worried that he wouldn't be able to find Lan Ling'er later. He didn't know the way to the academy, and who knew when Lan Ling'er would stop to see if he was still behind her. Maybe she would find that he was already lost when she arrived at the academy. No. Then I'll just kill you first. Zhong, go and get rid of him, the bearded man said. Yes, master, the yellow-robed old Daoist respectfully replied. Master? I thought you were this uncle's master. You're old enough to be this uncle's father. Muyu rolled his eyes. He was a little surprised, but when he thought of Deacon Zun of the academy, he understood. In the cultivation world, those who were strong were respected, not those who were old. Zhong said angrily, Brat, how dare you insult my master? You're courting death. With a flick of the horsetail whisk in his hand, a white light flashed towards Muyu. Muyu didn't show off his strength. He didn't show his cultivation. In addition, he was only 14 years old and looked very young. He was not taken seriously by others at all. They only thought that he was a new disciple who was easy to bully. What? When did I insult your master? Mu Yu didn't understand. He leaned his body and dodged the white light. Mu Yu didn't know that Zhongzhong's talent wasn't good. He was only at the qi refining stage at such an old age. If he hadn't met the bearded man's guidance, he probably wouldn't have even reached the 9th level of qi refining stage. Therefore, he was obedient to the bearded man. I didn't want to fight. Mu Yu had never really fought with others before. In fact, he still wanted to fight. The daily sparring at Luochen Mountain wouldn't hurt him at all. Only Enshu's training would often tire them out. He was also very curious about what it was like to fight with others. However, his master often said that he should avoid conflicts with others as much as possible. Most conflicts in the cultivation world ended in death or injury. After all, everyone's methods were extraordinary. Vomiting blood and being seriously injured was very common. He would still listen to his master. It's best if you don't fight. Saves me the trouble. Seeing that his attack had missed, Zhongzhong lightly flung his horsetail whisk. The whisk surged and suddenly became bigger. It wrapped around Mu Yu like a spider's web. The momentum was extremely grand, but to Mu Yu, it seemed a little redundant. The whisk didn't have enough spiritual power, so Mu Yu easily broke it. Chapter 28. As the sword light flashed, the strands of hair attacking Mu Yu suddenly turned into fragments that filled the sky and dissipated. As the morning fog filled the air, Zhongzhong was already sent flying backwards and landed heavily on the ground. At the same time, Mu Yu's sword was already at Zhongzhong's throat. Zhongzhong's eyes revealed a look of horror. He didn't expect that he would be caught in one move. Moreover, his opponent was such a young child. This made him feel ashamed and his old face turned red. Just now, the other party said that he didn't want to fight. It turned out that he was too lazy to fight. However, he had overestimated himself and made a move. Master, save me, Zhongzhong shouted. Smelly brat, you have some skills. Attack. The bearded man waved his hand and the rest of the people took out their magic treasures and attacked Mu Yu. This level of attack was no different from Zhongzhong's attack to Mu Yu. The sword in Mu Yu's hand split into two and the other flying sword flew out to meet the colorful magic treasures. Mu Yu controlled the flying sword with one hand and used the 9 styles of falling dust to effortlessly repel the other people's magic treasures. A huge flying axe appeared in the air and chopped down at Mu Yu. Mu Yu's flying sword was hit by the flying axe and trembled slightly. The huge force almost made Mu Yu lose control. He had underestimated the bearded man. He didn't expect the other party's strength to be so great. Mu Yu kicked Zhongzhong and then the other flying sword flew into the air. He used the 9 styles of falling dust to remove the force of the bearded man's flying axe. At the same time, his body flew around the flying axe and went toward the bearded man. However, a pink mist appeared in front of Mu Yu. Mu Yu stopped and turned back. This mist was the work of the coquettish woman. Mu Yu immediately held his breath, but he still breathed in a little. His head was a little dizzy. Mu Yu lacked experience in fighting. He was careless and fell into the coquettish woman's trap. This pink mist was naturally poisonous. Fortunately, Mu Yu's cultivation was higher than the other parties, so he dissolved the poison in one breath. However, at this moment, the incomparably heavy axe once again chopped towards Mu Yu. Mu Yu leaped up, and the shadow swords collided with the axe, creating sparks. Bursts of spiritual energy fluctuations leaked out, and the qi refining stage cultivators were sent flying. Although these people's cultivation wasn't as good as Mu Yu's, their combat experience was clearly not something a newcomer like Mu Yu could compare. Mu Yu was dealing with 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators by himself. Although he did not fall into a disadvantageous position, he did not have much of an advantage either. The other people were even more shocked. Mu Yu was clearly only 13 or 14 years old. They didn't expect his cultivation to be so high. They originally thought that he was a piece of fresh meat that could be slaughtered, but they didn't expect that they couldn't bite this meat at all. He has such a cultivation at such a young age. Could he be an outstanding disciple from the Qingsong school or the Zhouhua school? The curly-bearded man's heart trembled. He already had the intention to kill. If this person was really a disciple from a big sect, then he would definitely get into trouble if he escaped. The best choice was to get rid of them. Kill him, the curly-bearded man said to the coquettish woman. The coquettish woman also understood. They dared to occupy a canyon here, so they naturally lived a life of bloodshed. As long as they did things cleanly, no one would find out that they were the ones who died. A silver net suddenly flew out from the curly-bearded man's sleeve. This net grew with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it became incomparably huge. It wanted to trap Mu Yu. Mu Yu's feet landed on the ground. His footsteps were light, and his figure floated up, causing the net to miss. Behind him, a whip appeared in the hand of the coquettish woman. The whip danced towards Mu Yu, but Mu Yu's movements were even more agile. The shadow clone sword cut the whip in half, and the sword chi swept across the woman's chest, sending her flying. You! A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of the woman's mouth. She never thought that her magic weapon would be unable to withstand a single blow from Mu Yu's shadow clone sword. The magic weapon was connected to its master's aura, so if one was damaged, the other would be damaged. Her whip was made from outer sky willow iron. The material itself was expensive, and the quality was even better. She never thought that Mu Yu would be able to break it in one move. That sword of his is a real magic weapon. Be careful. The curly-bearded man supported the coquettish woman. He revealed a serious expression. Every time his giant axe came into contact with Mu Yu's flying sword, it only created sparks. In reality, the giant axe had been left with sword marks. Although they were insignificant, it caused the curly-bearded man's heart to ache. That giant axe was even more precious than the coquettish woman's whip. Is that whip of yours made of cloth? Mu Yu also didn't think that his shadow clone sword would be able to cut the whip in half. He thought that the whip was weak. What he didn't know was how precious the flying sword given to him by Feng Haochen was. Not only him, but everyone in the sect had different flying swords. Usually, when everyone sparred, no matter how hard they used, it wouldn't hurt their foundation. Therefore, they didn't care about the origin of the flying sword. They only knew that it was given to them by their master. They didn't know that this flying sword was more precious than the other magic weapons in the cultivation world. Bastard! Brother Yu, kill him. Take his flying sword and give it to me as an apology. The coquettish woman stomped her feet in anger after hearing Mu Yu's words. Her precious magic weapon was gone without her knowledge, and she was even bullied by others. How could she endure this? That whip was bought from someone else with a large amount of spirit stones. She couldn't swallow this anger. The curly-bearded man bit his finger and a drop of blood came out. It spun in front of his eyes. His spiritual energy wrapped around the drop of blood and injected it into the giant axe. In an instant, the aura of the giant axe suddenly rose. The violent aura forced everyone to retreat. Even Mu Yu couldn't help but take this seriously. Master actually used blood essence of qi. Zhongzhong's eyes flashed with a trace of reverence. Blood essence of qi was the foundation of a cultivator. Using qi to guide the body and using blood essence to activate a magic weapon, it could make the magic weapon's aura stronger and more powerful in a short period of time. However, the price was that the cultivator's aura would be damaged. It would take a long time for the cultivator's body to recover. Mu Yu also knew this. His master told him not to use this method unless he had no other choice. This was because the blood essence of qi was closely related to the cultivator's foundation. Overusing it would cause the cultivator's foundation to be damaged. It could even cause the cultivator's cultivation to stagnate. This curly-bearded man actually took such a risk in order to take down Mu Yu. This kind of aura made Mu Yu feel a trace of threat, and his advantage in cultivation suddenly disappeared. He stimulated his own spiritual power, but his heart became calm. The Falling Dust Heart Sutra paid particular attention to a calm heart, and only by remaining calm in the face of change could one defeat the enemy. This was Mu Yu's first time fighting with someone. Moreover, his opponent's cultivation was not lower than his. He needed to calm his heart and calmly analyze his opponent. Feng Haochen was right. He looked at the temperament of a disciple. If Mu Yu could calm his heart and remain calm, he would be able to cultivate the falling dust mental cultivation method. Kid, give me your life. The curly-bearded man's giant axe smashed towards Mu Yu with the force of 1,000 catties. The air became somewhat heavy and the surrounding aura became incomparably violent. It was suppressed by the giant axe and exploded towards Mu Yu. Mu Yu's figure flickered and 3 flying swords appeared beside him. Each flying sword performed a different move. The surrounding spiritual energy gradually formed a barrier in front of him under the guidance of the flying swords. Inadvertently, one of the flying swords had already broken through the air, bypassing the giant axe and heading towards the curly-bearded man. One mind doing 3 things, this was the power of the falling dust mental cultivation method. Mu Yu was able to do 3 things at once and make 3 flying swords do different things. To be able to do this in just 2 years of cultivation, this kind of talent was already amazing. No wonder Feng Haochen said that Mu Yu was suitable for cultivation. There was a huge explosion, and the surrounding vegetation was instantly smashed into pieces. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and dust flew everywhere. The people in the qi refining stage had already escaped far away. The collision between the 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators directly blasted a big hole in the ground. Mu Yu only had 1 flying sword left. He couldn't control the other 2 and they automatically dissipated. The curly-bearded man's giant axe was smashed to the side. At this moment, the curly-bearded man was also lying on the ground. His leg was cut by Mu Yu's sword qi and blood was gushing out. Mu Yu stood there. Aside from using too much spiritual energy, he wasn't injured. He was only slightly out of breath. He looked at the curly-bearded man and thought that if he wasn't able to control the 3 flying swords, he might not have been able to get the upper hand in that attack. His flying sword had just cut the curly-bearded man's leg, causing his opponent's aura to become chaotic. The power of the giant axe was only reduced by half, which was why he was able to win. But at this moment, Mu Yu frowned. A palpitating aura suddenly shrouded his body, making him unable to move. He wouldn't mistake this aura because when Chengyang and Enshu were sparring, their aura was exactly like this. Chengyang and Enshu were both cultivators of the Jindan period. Sometimes when Enshu was angry, he would also shroud them with this aura. This Dragon Tiger Gorge actually had a Jindan period expert overseeing it. Who dares to be impudent in my Dragon Tiger Gorge's territory? A loud voice resounded through the gorge. A white-haired old man dressed in cyan clothes appeared in front of Mu Yu out of nowhere, standing with his hands behind his back. His hair and beard were all standing up. His hawk-like gaze stared at Mu Yu, making Mu Yu feel like he was being stared at by a wolf. This made Mu Yu feel uncomfortable all over. Greetings, Valley Master. When Zhong and the others saw the cyan-clothed old man, they all knelt down and saluted. The curly-bearded man also bowed with the help of the beautiful woman. Mu Yu thought that there were only a few people in Dragon Tiger Gorge. He didn't expect that a Jindan period master would secretly jump out. This was not good. After beating up the young, the old man came out to take revenge. Trash, you can't even take care of a child. What's the use of raising you? The cyan-clothed old man didn't even look at the others. The others were also trembling with fear as they lowered their heads to the ground. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It was obvious that this cyan-clothed old man was usually very dignified. Brat, are you tired of living? The cyan-clothed old man narrowed his eyes as he sized up Mu Yu. Chapter 29. The sky was clear, the wind was gentle, and the sun was bright. Mu Yu didn't expect that the first thing he encountered after leaving the mountain would be trespassing on someone else's territory. Furthermore, the other party was in the Jindan period. This huge difference made Mu Yu's heart go cold. Who knew if the other party would kill him with a slap? At this moment, a sword qi pierced through the air and slashed in front of Mu Yu, stirring up a large pile of dust. After the dust settled, a figure stood in front of Mu Yu. Shuyi, are you out of your mind? Why would you rob our Luo Chen sect? Lan Ling Er's figure appeared in front of Mu Yu domineeringly. She put her hands on her waist and stared at the old man without fear. Lan Ling-er's cultivation was in the foundation establishment stage, but she didn't show any respect to the old man in the Jindan period. Mu Yu saw Lan Ling-er and finally let out a sigh of relief. This girl finally realized that she had lost him and still had the conscience to come back and save the situation. Xu Yi's expression changed slightly. He actually knew Lan Ling-er. His eyes flickered as he pondered for a while before snorting, "You're actually from the Luo Chen sect. How unlucky." Scram. Mu Yu was stunned. Why was this old man named Xu Yi suddenly willing to let them go when he heard that they were disciples of the Luo Chen sect? Could it be that his sect was already famous outside? This was new. "You disappeared as soon as I turned around. Can't you let me be less worried?" Lan Ling-er turned around and scolded Mu Yu. "You don't know anything and yet you're running around. If I didn't come in time, who knows how much time would have been wasted. If you get stopped so casually again, we won't be able to make it to the academy by nightfall." Mu Yu was a little depressed from being scolded. He glanced at Xu Yi warily and found that the other party was also looking at them, but he didn't have any intention of stopping them. Mu Yu followed Lan Ling-er into the air. Only when they couldn't see Dragon Tiger Gorge did Mu Yu let down his guard. Fortunately, Lan Ling-er came in time. Otherwise, Mu Yu really didn't know how to deal with this matter. "Also, you're welcome. I saved your life. If it weren't for Master and eldest senior brother telling me to look after a burden like you, I really wouldn't have come back to find you," Lan Ling-er said impatiently. "If it wasn't for that old man from the Jindan period, I wouldn't have needed your help." Mu Yu finally could not hold it in any longer and opened his mouth to speak. In any case, he had beaten the other people to a pulp. If it were not for the appearance of a Jindan period practitioner, he could have just swaggered off. "Do you think you're all that just because your cultivation is high? Do you know that there is such a thing as a backer? Even if your cultivation is higher than that of Xu Yi's subordinate, he's a rogue cultivator who occupies a mountain. If you don't have any ability, how dare you rob him? If they had the ability, then why didn't they dare to make things difficult for us after hearing about our falling dust sect?" Mu Yu was still not convinced. He thought that it must be because of his master. After all, his master's cultivation level was during the Jindan period. This was probably what the old man in plain clothes was afraid of. Lan Ling-er suddenly stopped and looked at Mu Yu with a smug expression. Mu Yu's heart skipped a beat. He was annoyed to death by Lan Ling-er's expression. As long as Lan Ling-er showed this expression, it definitely meant that she was going to use his second senior brother to mock Mu Yu again. "Fortunately, you're a member of the Falling Dust sect. Back then, second senior brother personally taught them a lesson. Now, they don't dare to run amok with us. You should properly thank second senior brother for this," Lan Ling-er said proudly. She had found another way to belittle Mu Yu and elevate second senior brother. Ever since Mu Yu came to the Falling Dust sect, everyone thought that Mu Yu's talent was even better than second senior brother's. Lan Ling-er thought that second senior brother's status in everyone's hearts had plummeted. She had always firmly believed that second senior brother would return, so she would never let go of any opportunity to belittle Mu Yu. Mu Yu pursed his lips. It was this second senior brother without a shadow again. Lan Ling-er didn't see him, but she could hear his traces. He was a little better than him in every aspect. However, he had to admit that this second senior brother did have some skills. In the past, he had only heard Lan Ling-er boast about how powerful second senior brother was. He didn't expect second senior brother to actually teach everyone in the valley a lesson. It seemed that second senior brother's cultivation was at least during the Jindan period. However, how could someone during the Jindan period disappear for no reason? "Valley Master, are we just going to let them go like this?" the curly-bearded man asked indignantly. The linen-clothed old man snorted. "You even robbed the people of the Falling Dust sect. What's the use of your brain? Aren't they just a sect with few people? Why are you afraid of them?" The curly-bearded man didn't understand. The linen-clothed old man was displeased. "Try and find a single spirit stone on the people of the Falling Dust sect. They're so poor, use your brain when you do things." The others were stunned, but they quickly recovered. The falling dust sect was known for its poverty and decline. There were less than 10 people in the sect. Although they lived in seclusion, they were still able to occupy a mountain and establish a sect with so few disciples. After so many years, no one dared to have any ideas about them. Were they really as simple as they seemed? However, could they just swallow this insult? That youth used a sword to teach everyone a lesson, and that girl was arrogant and domineering. She didn't have any respect for the cultivators of the Jindan period. Could their valley master tolerate being pointed at and scolded? The linen-clothed old man stared at Lanling and Mu Yu's figures as they disappeared into the horizon, but some old memories welled up in his heart. That arrogant and cold disciple of the falling dust sect did things neatly and decisively. If he hadn't shown mercy, perhaps Dragon Tiger Gorge would no longer exist. He then thought of Feng Haochen's calm and aloof personality, and his heart inexplicably shivered. The falling dust sect might be poor, but it wasn't to be trifled with. Lanling didn't fly very high this time. She mocked Mu Yu while opening a path in front of him. Clearly, the incident at Dragon Tiger Gorge had greatly dampened Mu Yu's spirit, leaving Mu Yu speechless. Mu Yu sat on his flying sword, rolling his eyes and plugging his ears. There's a forest not far ahead. There are many demonic beasts there. Let's kill a few to earn some spirit stones. Lanling slapped Mu Yu's hand away from her ear, then pointed at the lush forest in front of them and said while rubbing her fists, "You're a girl. Why are you so happy killing demonic beasts? Can't you be more reserved?" Mu Yu muttered. "Can you not be such a sissy?" Lanling didn't take Mu Yu's words seriously. The city where the academy was located was called Qingshou City. There were many cultivators in Qingshou City. Everyone used spirit stones as their currency. Without a few spirit stones, it would be difficult to go to Qingshou City. Also, if you want to buy clothes, it's best to buy them from a cultivator's shop. Cultivators use immortal silk as their cloth, which is much better than ordinary farmer's silk. If you want to eat good food, you must go to a cultivator's restaurant. How can ordinary people's restaurants afford to supply so many demonic beasts? Lanling flying sword turned and quickly descended into the forest. "I'm afraid you're still doing it for the rouge and face powder." Mu Yu curled his lips. Needless to say, the rouge and face powder made by cultivators would definitely be better than ordinary people. "It's none of your business. Everyone loves beauty." Lanling snorted and landed on the ground. The flying sword under her feet also disappeared. Mu Yu was bored to death as he followed behind Lanling. Ordinary people didn't dare to set foot in this forest. Only cultivators would come in to hunt demonic beasts. Demonic beasts were also divided into ranks. According to their current strength, they could only deal with rank 2 demonic beasts. Rank 3 demonic beasts could only be dealt with by cultivators during the Jindan period. Therefore, hunting demonic beasts was a thankless task. Some unlucky cultivators would instead become demonic beasts' meal. "Our goal is only those rank 2 demonic beasts. Don't go too far from me. If you are eaten by demonic beasts, I can't save you." Lanling was rarely serious. Mu Yu wasn't very afraid of demonic beasts. When he went out in the past, he followed his senior brother. His senior brother had rich experience in hunting demonic beasts. Although he was usually a bystander, he also learned a lot of skills. As for Lanling, she came here alone every time and came back intact. Mu Yu felt that compared to demonic beasts, Lanling was more ferocious. "Stop." Not long after the two entered the forest, Lanling, who was walking in front, suddenly made a gesture. Mu Yu almost bumped into Lanling. "What's wrong?" "That's just a mouse." Mu Yu couldn't help but ask as he looked at the palm-sized brown mouse gnawing on a pine cone. Just as he finished speaking, a green shadow flashed, and Sheep Rat instantly disappeared. A green snake appeared where Sheep Rat had been. This snake only had one color, and it was about the thickness of 3 chopsticks. Its head was very small, and it did not match the snake's body at all. Rank 2 demonic beast, Green Llama. Lanling-er's understanding of demonic beasts didn't lose to Chengyang. "Where did that mouse go?" Mu Yu asked, puzzled. It's already in the green llama's stomach. The green llama's speed is very fast. Don't be fooled by its small head. It has no problem swallowing prey the size of a mouse. Its saliva contains instant venom. As long as the prey is in its mouth, it will melt into life essence in the blink of an eye, Lan Ling explained impatiently. Wow. It's that powerful. What if we get bitten? Mu Yu's eyes widened. Don't worry about that. It won't take the initiative to attack creatures larger than it can swallow. However, it's impossible for us to catch it. Its speed is too fast. Just be careful. Lan Ling waved her hand, indicating that they could continue forward. Mu Yu placed his hand on the tree trunk. Soon, the surrounding trees seemed to come alive. Every tree became Mu Yu's eyes. Mu Yu could clearly see the demonic leeches hidden in the grass and the green peaks in the forest. As long as he wanted to, he could even use the branches to catch these demonic beasts. At that moment, a dull stomping sound suddenly came from the depths of the forest. This sound was like the sound of a horse's hooves, but it was more vigorous. The sound of the horse's hooves was accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. What's going on? Lan Ling asked. It's a flame horse beast. Mu Yu said according to the feedback. In fact, he could tell even without the trees. He had seen a flame horse beast once in the forest. Its body was covered in flames, but the flames on its body couldn't set the trees on fire. This was probably the law of the forest. Flame horses had a bad temper and were very aggressive. After they died, they would burn themselves. There was no hunting value. Chapter 30. Mu Yu had probably never been so close to a girl before, let alone Lan Ling who usually bickered with him. But at this moment, Lan Ling was squatting on a branch, and Mu Yu was behind her. Mu Yu could see that her fiery red clothes were soaked in sweat, and he could even smell her favorite orchid powder. He suddenly realized that Lan Ling was actually very beautiful, but he had always been curious about why he had never appreciated her beauty before. It's just a flame horse beast, what's there to be afraid of? Mu Yu's hand was still being held by Lan Ling which made him not know whether to withdraw his hand or not. Lan Ling made a shushing gesture and whispered, the flame horse beast is a relatively high-level rank 2 demonic beast. They usually don't appear in the outer forest. If this situation occurs, it can only mean that someone is hunting them. We don't need to intervene in this matter. Senior sister, do you usually hold second senior brother's hand like this? Lan Ling grip was very strong, and Mu Yu felt a little pain from her grip. Lan Ling also realized this and immediately withdrew her hand. She glared at him and said, I should really kick you down. Before Mu Yu could speak, he was interrupted by a neigh. The sound of the horse's hooves became louder and louder, and the ground rumbled. Following that, a fiery red shadow flashed out of the forest. The shadow was vaguely recognizable as a horse, and its entire body was wrapped in flames as if it was on fire. The flames burned black hoofprints on the ground, but what was surprising was that the withered leaves beside the black hoofprints did not show any signs of burning. 2 figures followed the flame horse beast and appeared in Mu Yu's field of vision. These 2 people looked to be in their 30s, and their cultivation was extremely extraordinary. They had reached the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm. The 2 of them seemed to have come specifically to hunt down this flame horse beast. However, Mu Yu was still very puzzled, because there was no value in hunting the flame horse beast. After the flame horse beast died, it would self-immolate and turn into a pile of ashes. This flame horse beast is pregnant. Lan Ling frowned and said. Mu Yu also thought of this point. Every night, he would listen to his master talk about various things in the cultivation world, and he also learned a lot. His master had once told him that demonic beasts like the flame horse beast would self-immolate after death, leaving no bones or fur behind. However, a pregnant flame horse beast would be different. A pregnant flame horse beast would transform into a demonic spirit after death. A demon spirit is a very rare existence. Rank 3 demonic beasts will condense a demon spirit after death. The demon spirit is the essence of a demonic beast's lifetime of cultivation. For a cultivator, It is a great supplement and is very helpful in increasing one's cultivation. A Jindan period cultivator's lifetime of cultivation was condensed together. One could imagine how precious it was. Rank 3 demonic beasts were equivalent to the existence of the Jindan period. If their demonic spirit was successfully absorbed by a Zhuji stage cultivator, it could save the Zhuji stage cultivator at least 2 years of cultivation time. However, even in the Jindan period, it was not easy to kill a rank 3 demonic beast. Therefore, the demon spirit was extremely precious. Although the flame horse beast was a rank 2 demonic beast, it could condense a demon spirit when it was pregnant. Therefore, a pregnant flame horse beast became the target of many cultivators. Generally speaking, it was shameful for many people with principles to do such a thing. However, in the cultivation world, there were always people who would abandon their principles for benefits. This also led to a sharp decline in the number of flame horse beasts. Adult flame horse beasts were worthless to cultivators. They did not have a demon spirit and would not leave any fur behind. The problem was that cultivators did not give them the chance to mature. The flame horse beast was obviously injured. From time to time, something like magma would burst out from its body. That was its blood. When the blood splattered on the ground, it only left a few burn marks. Some people said that the flame horse beast was the descendant of the fire human. Perhaps it was true. However, the fire human's intelligence was not lower than that of humans. The reason why demonic beasts were called demonic beasts was because their intelligence was inferior to humans. The two cultivators were at the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. Each of them held a dagger that was extremely sharp. They blocked in front of the flame horse beast. The dagger circled in the air and attacked the flame horse beast from time to time. The other person held a glittering golden circle in his hand. It was sometimes big and sometimes small. It blocked the flame horse beast's escape route and was waiting for an opportunity to tie it up. Senior sister, although the flame horse beast is a demonic beast, isn't it too much to kill a pregnant one? Mu Yu was a little angry. No matter what, people should have some principles. If everyone hunted a pregnant flame horse beast for the sake of a demon spirit, then where would there be a shadow of the flame horse beast in the future? Lan Ling shook her head. This is other people's business. We should not get involved. In the cultivation world, the best way to live long is to not meddle in other people's business. No matter what, killing a pregnant flame horse beast is an act of divine retribution. I will not sit by and do nothing. Mu Yu loved life. He loved life. He did not like to hunt demonic beasts. The moment the demonic beast fell, he could clearly feel its life passing away. It was a sad feeling. It was as if someone had sucked the essence out of its body. It made people feel gloomy. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, he grew up among a group of hunters. He accepted the fact that hunters mercilessly waved their butcher's knife at their prey because hunters needed to survive. If he had to choose between humans and other creatures, then he would choose humans. Every time his big senior brother hunted a demonic beast, he would always turn his gaze elsewhere. He did not like that feeling. If they did not hunt demonic beasts, they would not have enough spirit stones to spend in the city. They would not be able to buy the daily necessities they needed. Therefore, he tacitly agreed to hunt demonic beasts. However, if it was a pregnant demonic beast, then he would not be able to tolerate it. His master had told him that people should follow their own principles and not do anything that offended the heavens. Even when the hunters in the village went out to hunt beasts, they would not do anything to pregnant beasts. Ordinary people knew that if they did something that would end their family line, it would be difficult for them to make a living in the future. You are not allowed to go. Lan Ling firmly held onto Mu Yu's hand. Her cultivation level was higher than Mu Yu's. Mu Yu could not get rid of her for a while. Regardless of whether this is the right thing to do, even if we go down, we will not be able to resist those two people's cultivation. If we go down rashly, not only will we not be able to save the pregnant flame horse beast, we will also put ourselves in danger. Can't you use your brain? We need to think of another idea. However, Lan Linger's idea did not work. Everything came too late. The flame horse beast could no longer hold on under the siege of 2 cultivators in the 9th celestial layer of Foundation establishment. It looked up to the sky and cried out, as if it was complaining about something. That sound was like a sad elegy in Mu Yu's ears, lingering for a long time. Then, there was a muffled sound. The flame horse beast's huge body fell to the ground. It was as if it was knocking on Mu Yu's heart, making Mu Yu's heart skip a beat. The flames on its body seemed to burn even more fiercely, as if it was interpreting its last flame of life. Burning, the flame of life was burning. They burned for a lifetime, and until they died, they would end with the most gorgeous fireworks. Together with the unborn little flame horse beast in its belly, they would burn for the last time. The fetus in the flame horse beast's belly bloomed with a golden light, appearing even brighter. The golden light kept pulsing and finally turned into a rainbow light, gradually dissipating. There was only a pile of ashes and a fist-sized demon spirit left on the ground. There was smoke silently rising from it, illuminating 2 ecstatic but greedy faces. Lan Linger's mouth was wide open. Normally, she wouldn't be merciful when hunting demonic beasts. However, this demonic beast made her a little speechless. Hunting a pregnant demonic beast for a demonic spirit was something she couldn't do no matter what. She had only judged the situation, but it was already too late. Mu Yu quietly looked at the demon spirit held in the hands of the 2 cultivators. He imagined that unborn little life, full of expectations, wanted to see this world. However, this world only welcomed it with cold hunters. For the sake of that precious demon spirit, it could not be born successfully. Perhaps not being born was also an excellent thing. At least it would not have to feel the evil of human nature. Was the existence of cultivators really just to fight against the human devil clan? Chapter 31. Rustling sounds could be heard in the forest. Birdsong accompanied by the flapping of wings resounded through the forest. The ashes on the ground were still burning, and the surrounding dead leaves were still dancing in the wind. The demon spirit was held in the hand of the person holding the golden ring. His expression was very excited. He must have finally obtained a demon spirit that could only be obtained by cultivators during the Jindan period. It was such a precious treasure. With this demon spirit, breaking through to the Jindan period was just around the corner. He was very excited, but he let down his guard. When he reacted, a bloody sword tip suddenly protruded from his chest. The young man holding the short sword had unknowingly circled behind him. The short sword was aimed at his chest, and mercilessly pierced through his body. Junior brother Li Yuan, you actually, that person never thought that his junior brother would suddenly attack. How could this be? He had a deep relationship with his junior brother, and he usually took care of him. When he obtained this demon spirit, he naturally took it for himself. He thought that his junior brother would definitely not have any objections, but he did not expect that he would be greeted with a cold short sword. Senior brother Tang Yang, although you usually take good care of me, we're both at the 9th heavenly layer of Foundation establishment. I'm sure we both know that without this demon spirit, it would be extremely difficult to break through to the gold core stage. I don't want to wait, so I can only wrong you. The sword in Li Yuan's hand shook, and the overbearing spiritual power instantly destroyed Tang Yang's heart meridian. Tang Yang widened his eyes. He tried hard to turn his head to look at this junior brother, but Li Yuan had already pulled out his sword and kicked him to the ground at the same time. I'm sorry, senior brother. You can go in peace. I will tell the sect that you had an accident while protecting me. I will burn paper money for you. Li Yuan wiped the short sword on Tang Yang's body, wiping away the shocking bloodstains. Tang Yang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but all that flowed out of his mouth was dark red blood. His words were all drowned out by the gurgling blood. His aura gradually dissipated, carrying a trace of regret and unwillingness. He followed the flame horse beast and left, unable to close his eyes in the end. Another life was lost. The person who was originally lively had become a cold corpse in the blink of an eye. For the sake of benefits, he would do anything to kill a pregnant flame horse beast. Similarly, for the sake of benefits, the lives of his companions became dispensable. Lan Linger's face was a little pale, but she had seen the killings in the cultivation world before. Turning against each other for the sake of treasures was a very normal thing in the cultivation world, so she was still calm. However, it was Mu Yu's first time seeing death. Lan Ling recalled how frightened she was when she experienced this for the first time. She thought that Mu Yu would also be scared silly, so she quickly turned her head to look at Mu Yu. Mu Yu didn't show any expression. He just stared at the pile of ashes without any sadness or joy. Even his breathing was so steady. It was as if Tang Yang's death was just a small episode that wouldn't cause any waves in his heart. However, at this moment, Lan Ling suddenly blocked with her sword. A sharp needle pierced her sword and was deflected by her. She saw a figure flash by. Who is it? Under the tree, Li Yuan, who was feeling complacent after killing his senior brother and obtaining the demon spirit, suddenly heard the movement on Lan Ling's side. He immediately put away the demon spirit and scolded. Mu Yu, be careful. There are others here. Lan Ling flashed and chased after the figure. She wanted Mu Yu to follow, but Mu Yu didn't catch up in time because Li Yuan's short sword had already attacked. Mu Yu flipped over, dodged the short sword, and landed on the ground. Lan Ling's figure had already disappeared into the distance. At the same time, the sound of fighting came from afar. Li Yuan sized up Mu Yu. After sensing Mu Yu's cultivation, he was relieved. His face revealed a trace of ruthlessness. You saw everything. Mu Yu didn't answer. He turned his gaze from the ashes of the flame horse beast to the dead Tang Yang. His eyes flickered with a grey light from time to time. That kind of light looked extremely strange. This kind of thing had never happened to Mu Yu before. When Li Yuan met Mu Yu's eyes, he was stunned. What he saw wasn't the gaze of a human, but a pair of eyes filled with the aura of death. It was incomparably cold, as if he was looking into the eyes of the Grim Reaper. He couldn't help but shiver. Li Yuan shook his head. He secretly laughed at himself for being too suspicious. His opponent was only a youth at the third layer of foundation establishment. His cultivation was so much higher than his. Why would he be afraid of him? Brat, if you don't speak, it means that you agree. In order to protect my secret, then please accompany my senior brother in death. Li Yuan's short sword had already drawn a line in the air, heading towards Mu Yu. He didn't want to complicate matters, so he used his strongest attack right from the start. He felt that killing Mu Yu would only require this attack. Perhaps for a 9th Heavenly Layer Foundation Establishment Cultivator to deal with a 3rd Heavenly Layer Foundation Establishment Cultivator, this attack was indeed enough. However, Mu Yu wasn't hit by this sword as expected. He only used the tip of his sword to easily dissolve this attack. It was as if this attack was made by a baby. It was so weak. Is life so worthless in your heart? Mu Yu muttered softly. His flying sword no longer flickered with a green light like before. Instead, it was filled with a kind of dead grey. It attacked Li Yuan with a sorrowful despair. Li Yuan didn't expect that the sword he had been brewing would be resolved by a youth at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. He suddenly realized a serious problem. How could a youth who looked no more than 15 years old have reached the 3rd layer of foundation establishment? He thought of his fellow disciples. Even the most outstanding people had never broken through to the foundation establishment stage in 3 years of cultivation. Who was this youth in front of him? Perhaps his actual age wasn't as young as he looked. He didn't have time to think. He immediately recalled his short sword to meet the attack. Sword light flashed all over the sky, crushing the surrounding trees. Fallen leaves swirled in the air and turned into dust in the violent sword chi. Li Yuan counterattacked in fear. He was shocked to find that the other party's strength was only at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. He wasn't below him at all. But his spiritual power fluctuations were clearly at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. Jiuhua dispelling seal. Li Yuan shouted. The short sword in his hand drew out a complicated sword shadow, quickly forming a red pentagonal seal in front of him. The center of the seal flashed, and all the spiritual power was suppressed on that point. This was the supreme cultivation method of the Jiuhua school. Only core disciples could cultivate it. This Li Yuan's status among the Zhouhua school's disciples was definitely not low. The tip of the short sword pressed against the red dot. The seal formed a spiritual power shield in front of him, bouncing off Mu Yu's flying sword. At that moment, everything seemed to be still. Only the seal was left. A huge fluctuation came from the center of the seal. With the short sword as a guide, rays of golden light burst out and shot towards Mu Yu with the force of 1,000 katis. The roar exploded with Mu Yu as the center. Smoke and dust billowed and didn't disperse for a long time. The surrounding trees had been razed to the ground. It was a mess. Li Yuan panted as he looked at the dust in front of him. Even a cultivator at the 6th layer of foundation establishment wouldn't have a corpse left behind in the explosion just now. Zhouhua dispelling seal was the top cultivation method of the Zhouhua school. It was extremely powerful and was almost invincible in a fight with someone of the same cultivation level. The Zhouhua school was second only to the Qingsong school. Their cultivation method could be said to be the best. However, using it consumed a lot of spiritual power, not to mention that Li Yuan hadn't completely mastered this cultivation method. However, he was completely confident that he could use this move to completely erase Mu Yu. Chapter 32. The smoke and dust dissipated. The trees in front had been destroyed, but there was no sign of Mu Yu on the ground. It was as if he had disappeared in the explosion just now and had never existed. However, Li Yuan's smile suddenly froze. He saw a figure descend from the sky with 3 flying swords around him. They kept spinning. The surrounding spiritual energy was guided by the swords, and a huge wave of spiritual energy swept towards him. Mu Yu actually didn't die. Li Yuan was shocked, but he also rolled in an extremely sorry state to avoid the attack. The spinning spiritual energy created a huge pit in the ground. Mu Yu's figure stood opposite Li Yuan again. His clothes were covered in dust, but there was no damage. Everything was normal. The only abnormal thing was Mu Yu's eyes. At this moment, his eyes were filled with grey gas. The grey gas seemed to be flowing in his eyes, which was quite strange. How is this possible? You actually didn't die. Li Yuan was in disbelief. Mu Yu didn't answer him. The 3 swords around him seemed to be controlled by 3 invisible figures. They were constantly performing wonderful sword moves, endlessly growing and multiplying. And in his hand, he was holding a 4th flying sword. Mu Yu's falling dust sutra could already transform into 4 flying sword. Each flying sword was filled with an aura of death, making people feel despair and palpitations. It was an aura that shouldn't be possessed by a normal cultivator at all. It was more like a life reaper, swearing the end of life to the other party. Falling dragons roar to the sky. The 5th move of the falling dust sword technique, falling dragons roar to the sky, transformed into a tangible form, and was both illusory and real. The 3 flying swords surrounded Mu Yu and soared into the sky. Under the guidance of the 3 flying swords, the spiritual energy around him actually turned into a grey spirit dragon. The grey dragon seemed to have rushed out from Mu Yu's body. It had a majestic dragon head, curvy dragon scales, and a nimble and free dragon tail. The grey dragon roared into the sky, startling the demon beasts in the distance. The dragon's might was vast and mighty, and all the demon beasts trembled. The grey dragon's eyes were also a strange grey color. Grey gas flowed in its eyes. It opened its mouth and spat a grey dragon's breath at Li Yuan. Li Yuan wanted to dodge, but he realized that he couldn't move. He could only let the domineering dragon breath hit him. A deep wound appeared on his chest. Blood splattered as he flew backward. However, Mu Yu followed him like a shadow. He held the 4th flying sword in his hand and coldly stabbed it towards Li Yuan's heart. Life seemed to be dissipating in the body of a cultivator. If you don't respect life, then you don't have the right to enjoy life. The flying blood drew a beautiful arc in the air and splashed on Mu Yu's face. The scarlet blood dripped into Mu Yu's eyes, and the scorching blood dispersed the grey smoke in Mu Yu's eyes. A trace of clarity suddenly appeared in Mu Yu's eyes. He was a little confused, he did not know where he was, he only knew that his sword was about to pierce someone's heart and take that person's life. Am I going to kill someone? Mu Yu had never killed anyone before. What kind of feeling was that? Master often said that the cultivation world experienced killing every day. One day, he would experience it himself. However, the people he killed must be the ones who deserved to be killed. He could not kill the innocent. This was the principle of cultivators. Was Li Yuan the one who deserved to be killed? Mu Yu did not dare to make a conclusion. The other party killed a pregnant flaming horse for benefits and killed his senior brother for benefits. It seemed like he deserved to die. However, Mu Yu's sword tip deviated and pierced Li Yuan's shoulder. At the same time, he steadied himself and slammed his palm on Li Yuan's chest, sending him flying. Li Yuan did not die. He was seriously injured. This injury was not fatal, but he had already lost the ability to move. Li Yuan had a reason to die, but Mu Yu was not ready to kill him. Mu Yu withdrew his sword. His eyes had returned to normal, and the grey smoke in his eyes had dissipated. He looked at Li Yuan coldly. This person's death was not to be regretted. Mu Yu would not feel any discomfort even if he killed him. However, he had only been cultivating for 2 years and had never thought of killing anyone. Perhaps after killing someone once, he would not hesitate to kill someone the next time, right? Mu Yu withdrew his sword and stood quietly. He did not know what had just happened to him. He only knew that the moment he saw the flaming horse self-immolate, his heart seemed to have sunk to the bottom of the valley. Then, another person seemed to appear in his mind. A voice kept echoing in his mind, wanting to take Li Yuan's life. Thus, his instincts drove him and he unleashed his cultivation to the extreme. If that drop of Li Yuan's blood had not awakened him in time, Li Yuan would have become a corpse by now. A purple shadow streaked across the sky above the forest and landed nimbly on the ground. A man in purple appeared beside Li Yuan. This man in purple looked to be about the same age as Li Yuan and the others. He frowned and lowered his head to check on Li Yuan's injuries. Then, he walked over and closed Tang Yang's wide eyes. Then, he looked up at Mu Yu. "Were you the one who killed my junior brother and severely injured my other junior brother?" The man in purple questioned Mu Yu. "The killing has nothing to do with me. I injured him in self-defense." Mu Yu looked at the man in purple who was of unknown origin. The other party's cultivation was also at the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm, but it seemed to be more profound than Li Yuan's. If they were to fight, Mu Yu did not know how much room he would have to fight back. After all, he had already gone through 2 battles today. He did not have much spiritual power left. Although he looked lively, he was actually exhausted. "Then, who killed junior brother Tang Yang?" The man in purple pressed on. "Don't tell me you can't see that your 2 junior brothers are killing each other. Why don't you check the sword wound of the dead person?" Lan Ling suddenly fell from the sky. She did not know where she had gone. She did not see anyone and only returned now. The man in purple carefully checked Tang Yang's sword wound. Then, his expression changed slightly. He turned to look at Li Yuan and shouted, "Did you kill your Tang Yang? This is the sword wound of your short sword. Why did you kill your fellow disciple?" You don't." Li Yuan opened his mouth wide and could not speak. His eyes were a little frightened. His gaze kept darting between the man in purple and Mu Yu. At this moment, the man in purple suddenly slashed the sword in his hand and sealed Li Yuan's throat. Li Yuan's mouth was slightly open, and blood came out of his throat. He reached out to struggle, but he could not do anything. His whole body twitched, and then he slowly stopped breathing. Li Yuan did not die at the hands of Mu Yu, but at the hands of the man in purple. Killing your fellow disciple is a crime punishable by death. This is the rule of our Jiuhua school. The man in purple said mercilessly. He raised his voice, as if deliberately saying this for Mu Yu and Li Yuan to hear. Lan Ling wanted to say something, but the other party seemed to be cleaning up the sect. It was not good for outsiders to interfere in this kind of thing. Mu Yu frowned. He did not expect the man in purple to be so decisive. He did not give Li Yuan any chance to explain. It was normal to at least bring him back to the sect to deal with this kind of thing. How could he be a joke in front of outsiders? "I am Zhu Wenxing, a disciple of the Jiuhua school. 2 of my junior brothers have violated the sect rules, so I have to deal with them personally. I will bring their bodies back to give an explanation. Goodbye. Zhu Wenxing, who was dressed in purple, cupped his hands and said. Then, he held a corpse in each hand and disappeared into the forest in a flash. Senior sister, where did you go just now? Mu Yu asked after a long time. Lan Ling looked at Mu Yu and found that Mu Yu was fine. Then, she pointed and said, didn't you know that someone attacked us just now? But it's a pity that she ran away. The other party was a woman. Her cultivation was not as good as mine, but she ran away very fast. How infuriating. Are you okay? How did that Li Yuan get injured so badly? Did he hurt himself because he blamed himself for killing his fellow disciples? I injured him. He wanted to kill me to silence me, but he couldn't beat me. A wave of tiredness suddenly attacked Mu Yu. The 2 fights today had consumed a lot of his spiritual power. He felt a little dizzy, and a sense of powerlessness filled his body. You did it. Who are you trying to fool? The other party was in the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment, and you are only in the 3rd layer of Foundation Establishment. It is natural for me to beat him up like that. You. Hey. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Before Lan Ling finished speaking, Mu Yu's body suddenly tilted and fell onto Lan Ling. Lan Ling caught him in time. You unlucky guy. I told you that bringing you out would be a burden. Lan Ling angrily helped Mu Yu up. She carefully checked him and found that Mu Yu had only fainted. Only then did she feel relieved. Looking at the night sky, she thought that it would be troublesome to bring an unconscious guy along. This was the demonic beast forest, and they couldn't just rest. She thought for a while, then used her flying sword and soared into the sky with Mu Yu. Brother, did you get the demon spirit? On one side of the demonic beast forest, a purple-clothed woman was beside Zhu Wenxing. The 2 of them were wearing the same clothes. The purple-clothed woman looked slim and elegant, but her chest was moving up and down as if she had gone through a battle. The purple-clothed man's eyes flashed with a strange light. He kept searching Tang Yang's body and broke the storage array in Tang Yang's sleeve. Dozens of scattered spirit stones rolled on the ground, but they didn't arouse his interest. He went to search Tang Yang's body again, and then said with a gloomy face, the demon spirit is not on them. How is that possible? Where did the demon spirit go? The purple-clothed woman exclaimed. The purple-clothed man clenched his fist. I don't know, but I'm afraid it has something to do with those 2. Why didn't you take down that girl? The purple-clothed woman gritted her teeth. That girl isn't simple. I'm not her opponent at all. What do we do now? If this matter isn't handled well, we'll be in big trouble. These 2 people died here, and one of them died in your hands. It won't be easy to explain. This matter is indeed very troublesome. In order to shut Li Yuan's mouth, I had no choice but to kill them in front of them. But in the end, it was all for naught. I didn't get the demon spirit and even got myself into trouble. I can't take this lying down. The purple-clothed man's face was ashen, as if water could be wrung out of it. Chapter 33. The night was filled with stars and a cool breeze blew. Lan Ling caught a wild rabbit and started roasting it. Mu Yu was lying on a stone slab not far away, still unconscious. The 2 of them were currently at the bottom of a small hill. Lan Ling was roasting the rabbit swiftly. She usually did this quite often. To be honest, everyone had done it secretly before. Because Enshu was always fighting to cook and his meals were a disaster, everyone would often secretly go down the mountain to catch some pheasants and roast them. After doing this many times, their cooking skills would naturally improve. So the question was, why did Enshu's cooking skills not improve after so many years? This might be the falling dust sect's mystery. Mu Yu finally opened his eyes. He had slept for a long time and hadn't eaten anything today. They didn't dare to touch the dry rations Enshu gave them, so they had been hungry for a day. They were supposed to reach Qingshou City in the afternoon, but because of Mu Yu, they found a temporary place to stay in the wild. You're awake. Lan Ling reluctantly threw half a rabbit to Mu Yu. Mu Yu took it and took a bite. It tasted pretty good. Sorry to have dragged you down. Mu Yu actually didn't want to be polite with Lan Ling but that was another matter. During the time he was unconscious, Lan Ling was the one taking care of him. He really didn't have anything to say about it. I knew it wouldn't be a good thing to come out with you. Lan Ling snorted. In the past, when I came out with second senior brother, only I would cause trouble for him. Second senior brother has always been the one to clean up the mess for me. Actually, you're quite cute when you don't mention second senior brother. Mu Yu had recovered more than half of his strength and was in a good mood. Although so many things had happened during the day, now that he thought about it, it didn't seem that bad. You don't want to mention second senior brother because second senior brother is much more powerful than you. Lan Ling didn't forget to attack Mu Yu. Mu Yu bit the rabbit's leg hard before saying, I said that I beat that Li Yuan up like that, but you didn't believe me. And I didn't believe you when you brought up second senior brother's theories every day. Lan Ling snorted again and ate her rabbit silently. The atmosphere became very quiet again, and no one felt awkward. The quarrel between the two would always end on bad terms, and Mu Yu was already used to it. After a long while, Lan Ling suddenly broke the silence. Second senior brother won't allow that to happen. What happened? Did I fly too low and accidentally enter someone else's canyon, or did I beat someone up? Mu Yu spat out a piece of bone and took out a handful of salt from his heaven and earth sleeve and sprinkled it on the remaining meat. Usually, when he went out to eat secretly, he would still prepare such seasonings. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Lan Ling glared at Mu Yu. Mu Yu spat out another piece of bone very innocently. You didn't roast an elephant for me to eat. Why would I spit out ivory? Lan Ling pretended not to hear Mu Yu's words and continued, second senior brother won't allow anyone to hunt a pregnant flame horse beast. You're giving advice in hindsight. You won't even let me do this better than second senior brother? Mu Yu felt helpless. I really should let the flame horse beast burn you to death. Lan Ling was furious. Alright, I know that your second senior brother is good at everything. But can you at least tell me about second senior brother? What happened to him? Mu Yu originally wanted to ask if second senior brother was kidnapped or if he lost his memory and couldn't find his way home. However, thinking that it would be a war of words later, he still asked a very serious question honestly. After staying at Luochen Mountain for 2 years, he argued with Lan Ling about second senior brother every day. However, he didn't know this second senior brother at all, and the others didn't want to talk about him either. He really didn't understand what kind of heinous things this guy had done to make everyone not want to talk about him. Second senior brother is mature and steady, kind and powerful. He has outstanding talent and a high cultivation level. Alright, I know that I'm impatient and evil. Your second senior brother is my positive teaching material. Let's just skip this and talk about how he went missing, okay? Mu Yu had goosebumps all over. This was obviously the evaluation of a young girl who admired a male god. Although Mu Yu didn't know much about this, he still felt uncomfortable. You are. Also, he's our second senior brother. Don't treat him like an outsider. Lan Ling glanced at Mu Yu and continued, one day, he said that something was calling him and that he wanted to pursue his own path. Then, he left without saying goodbye. Mu Yu pricked up his ears and continued to listen, but Lan Ling didn't speak for a long time. Mu Yu asked in surprise, that's it? I can tell you about second senior brother's daily life. He's quick-witted, has outstanding talent, and strong comprehension ability. Master said that he was suitable for cultivation, and he lived up to everyone's expectations. His daily routine is extremely regular, and he's very hardworking in cultivation. Wait, aren't you talking about me? Mu Yu quickly interrupted Lan Ling. You're as stupid as a pig. How can you compare to second senior brother? Lan Ling said unhappily. Mu Yu touched his nose. He had only cultivated for 2 years, so it was normal that he couldn't compare to second senior brother. He pursed his lips and didn't take Lan Ling's words to heart. Oh, right, this is for you. Mu Yu took out a golden thing from his chest. It was the demon spirit of the flame horse beast. Why is this thing on you? Lan Ling's eyes widened. Demon spirits were extremely precious. The spiritual energy stored in it could be directly absorbed by cultivators for their own use. It could also be used as a material for refining equipment. Although they couldn't use it at all for refining equipment, because their magical treasures were already extraordinary. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to sell a demon spirit for 10,000 spirit stones on the market. Only cultivators during the Jindan period could obtain demon spirits, but how could cultivators during the Jindan period casually take out demon spirits to sell? I said that I beat Li Yuan up like that, but you didn't believe me. Then, just take it that I picked it up. Of course, this demon spirit wasn't picked up by Mu Yu. The moment Mu Yu appeared, Li Yuan guiltily stuffed it into his chest. When Mu Yu sent Li Yuan flying with a palm, the demon spirit happened to be knocked out of his chest. Mu Yu caught it and put it away. At that time, everything happened so quickly that even the purple-robed man didn't notice. This thing repels the heaven and earth sleeve, so I can't put it away. I can only put it in my clothes. Mu Yu knew this point. His master had once told him that demon spirits had their own spirituality. They wouldn't be trapped by arrays. However, universe in the sleeve was a space that could be opened up within one's sleeve using arrays. Therefore, universe in the sleeve couldn't store demon spirits. You can keep this thing. It will be extremely helpful for breaking through the Jindan period in the future. Lan Linga waved her hand. She wasn't tempted by the demon spirit. Even if this demon spirit was placed in the cultivation world, it would cause a big fight. This thing was too precious. Mu Yu shook his head. If it was another demon spirit, I might consider it. But this demon spirit came from the flame horse beast. It carries a mother and an unborn life. It feels heavy. It wasn't that Mu Yu was hypocritical. He didn't feel anything about hunting demon beasts, but he always felt strange using the demon spirit that he obtained from killing the flame horse beast. His heart couldn't calm down. Everything he did today was because of the flame horse beast mother and son. If he snatched the demon spirit and took it for himself, wouldn't that be too ridiculous? What was the difference between this and indirectly killing the flame horse beast mother and son? Then let's bury it. Consider it as an explanation for the flame horse beast mother and son. Lan Linga also felt very awkward. Normally, if she was asked to kill a demon beast, she wouldn't be merciful. But facing a pregnant flame horse beast, she definitely couldn't do it. There will always be demon beasts with a keen sense of smell. If we don't bury it deep enough, it will be ruined. Let's go back and see how Master will deal with it. Mu Yu put the demon spirit back into his arms. It was late at night, and the two had finished eating the rabbit in their hands. Lan Linga lay on the side and fell asleep, while Mu Yu was still warming himself by the fire. Mu Yu threw a dead branch into the fire. He looked at the burning flames and his thoughts drifted to Yuman. The purpose of the cultivator's existence was to destroy Yuman. Yuman could control fire, wood, earth, metal, and water. Although humans couldn't control these things, they knew how to use them. The cultivators could even use their spiritual power to roll up leaves and stones to fight. Many magic treasures were made of precious metal materials, including flying swords. Mu Yu suddenly thought that if the cultivators and Yuman were to fight one day, would the flying swords be able to be used? Perhaps there would be some countermeasures when the time came. Humans couldn't live without these things. Why would they fight to the death with Yuman? Everything in the world seemed to have a counterbalance. Mu Yu could control wood, so fire could destroy wood. But I don't feel sorry for the death of this dead branch at all. The dead branch in Mu Yu's hand suddenly sprouted a new bud. He liked trees, but when the tree was burned by fire, he didn't feel anything. Humans always lived in all kinds of contradictions, and some contradictions couldn't be explained clearly. He shook his head, and the dead branch's new bud disappeared again. Then, he threw it into the fire. Mu Yu turned his head and looked at Lan Ling who was sleeping soundly. The moonlight shone on Lan Ling body. She looked so holy that Mu Yu was a little dazed. He often argued with Lan Ling. It was rare to see Lan Ling sleeping so peacefully in front of him. If they didn't argue, Lan Ling was still very kind. She treated everyone in the sect very well, except for Mu Yu. Muyu thought again. If it wasn't for that mysterious second senior brother who he didn't even know what he looked like, maybe he and Lanling would be like siblings. Lanling's eyelashes were very long. She looked very lovely. Muyu had never noticed this. He smiled. He was actually very happy to argue with Lanling because it was only at this time that Lanling would talk to him. Muyu suddenly hoped that this night wouldn't pass. He just looked at the quiet Lanling Without second senior brother's existence, it was just him and Lanling This was also quite good. He shook his head and dispelled this thought. She was the senior sister who couldn't forget second senior brother. He didn't need to think too much. With her character, probably only a mysterious man like second senior brother would like her. Muyu's heart beat happily. Before going down the mountain, he thought that he would be annoyed to death by Lanling After going down the mountain, Lanling mocked him everywhere, but didn't directly leave him behind. At this moment, Lanling fell asleep in front of him without any vigilance. She wasn't worried at all that Muyu would do to her. This feeling of being trusted made Muyu feel inexplicably happy. Lanling smacked her lips, turned over, and continued to sleep. Chapter 34. Muyu didn't sleep the whole night. The next day, he yawned and parted ways with Lanling Qingshou City was in a different location from Flowing Water Village. Lanling was in a hurry to go to Qingshou City. She sneered and told Muyu to be careful and not embarrass the falling dust sect. She also told Muyu to go to Qingshou City 3 days later to find her. Muyu and Lanling bickered for a while before turning on the road to Flowing Water Village. Flowing Water Village was still so peaceful. A clear river surrounded the village, supporting this cute village. Muyu flew all the way and looked down at the village from the sky. It was quite interesting. He landed not far from the entrance of the village. There was another statue at the entrance of the village. There were 2 statues in total. Muyu smacked his lips. Needless to say, the new statue should be of him. Thinking of this, he felt a little uneasy. He remembered that village chief Old Bu had hired a sculptor to make the first person to become an immortal master in 10 years into a person with bulging eyes and a slanted nose. He felt that he might not be able to escape this misfortune. Muyu walked closer and took a look. The stone in his heart fell to the ground. Luckily, village chief Old Bu had hired a more skilled one this time. Although it was still ambiguous, at least it didn't look too bad. There was farmland near Flowing Water Village. Many villagers were doing farm work there. Muyu didn't want to disturb them. He wanted to find the village chief first. There was a grain sunning field in the village. Next to it was a small pavilion. In the past, the village chief would tell all kinds of interesting things to the children here. Today was no exception. When the village chief was young, he would lead everyone to work together. Later on, when he got older, he didn't go out anymore. Every day, he would gather the children in the village and teach them to read and tell them stories. One day, little Nyo Wa accidentally dropped his hatchet into the river. He was afraid that his parents would scold him when he went back, so he sat by the river and cried. At this time, an immortal master appeared. The immortal master asked little Nyo Wa why he was crying. Little Nyo Wa said that he had dropped his chopper into the river. He was very scared, so he couldn't help crying. The immortal master asked little Nyo Wa to stop crying. Then, the immortal master fished out a hatchet made of silver from the river and asked little Nyo Wa if it was he who dropped it. Little Nyo Wa shook his head. The immortal master then fished out a hatchet made of gold and asked little Nyo Wa if it was he who dropped it. Little Nyo Wa shook his head again. At this time, the immortal master fished out a hatchet made of iron. Little Nyo Wa then smiled through his tears and said that it was he who dropped it. When the immortal master was happy, he took little Nyo Wa as his disciple. What kind of inspiration can you guys get from this story? Village head Old Bu sat on a stool and waved his palm leaf fan as he asked the dozen or so children. Marrow, who was sniffing his nose, said impatiently, "Grandpa village head, why doesn't little Nyo Wa go and get the chopper himself?" He doesn't know how to swim, but that's not the point, the village chief said. But I knew how to fish in the river when I was 3 years old. Everyone in our village knows how to swim. Why doesn't he learn how to swim? Da Maro also said. He just happened to have a leg cramp that day, so he couldn't swim. That's not the point. The point is, what's the point of this story? The village chief was a little helpless. Why did little Nyo Wa bring the chopper to the river? My mother said that only adults can use the chopper. Children can't touch it, Yarden said. That's right. My father said that if I touch the chopper, he'll break my legs, Da Maro continued. The village chief said with a headache, little Nyo Wa is an adult now. He can use the chopper. He's already an adult, yet he's still crying. Shame on him. Hua Hua stretched out her index finger and drew a line on her face. Little Nyo Wa is still a child. But that day, it was his father who told him to bring the chopper home. Is that okay? The village chief corrected her again. Grandpa Village Head, what does the chopper made of gold look like? Yarden blinked and asked. The village chief stroked his beard and said, I don't know. I've never seen it before, even Grandpa Village Head doesn't know. Little Nyo Wa can't possibly know that it's made of gold, right? I think that if he knew that the chopper was made of gold, little Nyo Wa would definitely say that he lost it. Gosheng raised his hand and said. That's right, that's right. He didn't even want gold. What an idiot, Amaro said with disdain. Grandpa Village Head, are you going to tell us a story about an idiot? After Da Maro finished speaking, everyone laughed. Mu Yu quietly listened on the side with a dumbfounded expression. What they said made sense. Mu Yu was actually speechless. Children's thoughts were broad. Perhaps if no one corrected them, they would have a richer imagination. Stop laughing, the village chief said in exasperation. The village chief said angrily, this story tells us that we have to be honest. Only by being honest will others think highly of you. Only by being honest will the immortal master take a fancy to you and accept you as his disciple. Do you understand? Grandpa Village Head, I have a question. Little Changsheng slowly raised her hand. Changsheng, is there anything you don't understand? The village head knew that Changsheng was relatively slow. Often, she would need to think for a long time to understand something. Therefore, he patiently waited for little Changsheng to continue. Little Changsheng slowly said, why doesn't little Nyo Wa go get the chopper himself? Doesn't he know how to swim? The village head rolled his eyes. Fine, it was back to square one again. Mu Yu quietly looked at the village head's helpless expression and couldn't help but smile. The village head didn't change much in the past 2 years, but Mu Yu had grown a lot taller and changed a lot. He didn't know if the village head could still deny him later. Let me tell you, our village has produced 2 immortal masters in the past 10 years. 2 years ago, Mu Yu was very capable and was chosen by a big sect. Now, he's already an awe-inspiring immortal. You guys also have to work hard and strive for the day when all of you can also become immortal masters. Do you understand? So that you won't always be laughed at by other villages. That big village has 2 immortal masters this year. Comparisons are odious. The village head began to sigh again. Mu Yu could tell that in the past 2 years, there were no children in the village who had the talent for cultivation. It was no wonder that the village head was so distressed and embarrassed every time he went out. Mu Yu didn't know what would happen if he didn't meet his master. He was afraid that he would still be a grey servant disciple in the academy, waiting to be chosen by a sect. Sometimes, cultivation also depended on fate. If it wasn't fate, Mu Yu wouldn't have met his master. Grandpa Village Head, tell us more about Big Brother Mu Yu. What kind of person is Big Brother Mu Yu normally? Maybe we can learn from his behavior and become immortal masters. Yarden shouted. The village head waved his hand. Immortal masters can't be casually discussed. They can sense it. If you speak ill of him, he will hear it. Mu Yu blinked. He didn't know that he had this ability. Obviously, in the eyes of ordinary people, immortal masters were overly deified. Mu Yu remembered that when the first person in 10 years came back, the villagers knelt and bowed. At that time, Yu disdained to hide outside and didn't want to bow to that person. Then say something good about him, Marrow said. The village head stroked his beard, and then his face was full of pride. Yu was very obedient when he was your age. He was obedient, sensible, and polite. He was never naughty and never fought. In short, he was good at everything. Yu really wanted to pull Lanling over and let her hear how the village head praised him. Most of these words didn't match Yu. For example, Yu wasn't very obedient, liked to cause trouble, and occasionally fought with other children. However, he was sensible and couldn't be insensible. He didn't have parents to pamper him since he was young, only the village head raised him, so he had to be sensible. Yu decided not to correct the village head. He walked towards the village head's house. He didn't want to disturb the villagers and let them set off firecrackers with great fanfare. Near noon, the village head hummed a tune as he came back to cook. He pushed open the door to his courtyard and found that it was open. Thinking that he had forgotten to lock the door, he didn't care and went straight into the courtyard. Grandpa Village Head. Yu grinned and sat on the swing in the courtyard. The village head had specially made the swing for Yu, and it was still there. It's Yu. The village head habitually nodded. In the past, Yu would often sit on the swing and wait for him to come back to cook. For a moment, the village head thought that he had returned to a few years ago. The village head turned around and closed the door, but he was immediately stunned. He suddenly turned around and opened his eyes wide. Yu stood up with a grin. He rubbed his stomach and said, Grandpa Village Head, I'm starving. The village head didn't move. He looked at Yu in a daze and hadn't recovered from his shock. It wasn't until Yu walked in front of the village head and naughtily pulled the village head's short beard that the village head came back to his senses. He was trembling with fear and didn't know what to do. Yu, oh no, Lord Immortal Master, Lord Immortal Master. The village head quickly knelt down, but Yu held him up. Grandpa Village Head, I'm a living person. I don't need to kneel. Yu smiled and hugged the village head. Even though Yu had grown a lot in the past 2 years, he was still shorter than the thin and tall village head. To Yu, the village head's chest was still so warm. Being hugged by Yu, that familiar feeling returned to the village head's body. The village head stretched out his hand and wanted to pat Yu's back, but he hesitated and didn't dare to pat it. In the end, he couldn't help but gently touch Yu's back. It's really Yu, it's really Yu. The village head's eyes revealed a trace of doting. The naughty child who often jumped around in front of the village head really came back. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Grandpa Village Head, I'm hungry. Yu said. He hadn't eaten the village head's cooking for a long time. In this world, other than his master, only the village head's cooking could make Yu the happiest. I'll immediately go inform the others to hold a welcoming feast for you. The village head quickly said. No need. I don't want others to know that I'm back. Grandpa Village Head, just cook a meal for the 2 of us. Yu knew that with the village head's attitude towards immortal masters, he would definitely hold a big banquet. He might even invite performers to sing for 2 days. Frugality was a virtue. After all, Yu was used to living a simple life in the Luo Chen mountain. How can that be? Your current status is not the same as before. How can it be simple? We must hold a grand banquet and let the other villages see our little immortal master Yu. The village head said with a smile of exultation. Yu didn't want to ruin the village head's mood of showing off. To the village head had only produced 2 immortal masters in the past 10 years. He couldn't raise his head in front of the other villages. Therefore, the village head couldn't wait to let the other villages see and gain some face. Yu felt that it wasn't good to deprive the village head of this opportunity to be proud. He thought for a moment and said, then how about tomorrow? I'm really hungry right now. All right. I'll go make some food for our little immortal master Yu. In the afternoon, I'll go inform the others. The village head ran towards the kitchen in high spirits. Chapter 35. The village chief took out the cured meat that he was usually reluctant to eat and even took out the wine that he had hidden for many years. Later on, he remembered that Mu Yu did not drink, so he put the wine away. Eat more, eat more. The village chief cautiously stood at the side and kept saying. He did not sit down as he felt that he did not have the qualifications to sit and eat with the immortal master. He was a little annoyed that the room was not very clean. If he knew that Mu Yu was coming back, he would have tidied it up a month ago. Mu Yu spent a lot of effort to persuade the village chief to sit down. Grandpa village chief, there is no need to be so formal. I am still that little Mu Yu. You are treating me as an outsider. No, no, I will sit, I will sit. Only then did the village chief sit beside Mu Yu. Seeing Mu Yu wolfing down the food, he thought of the little Mu Yu who often came to freeload. He was happy and no longer restrained. He knew that even though Mu Yu became a high and mighty immortal master, he did not have the attitude of looking down on others. He was still so respectful to the village chief. There was no need to mention how proud he was in his heart. Mu Yu, you can stay here or in your house at night. I clean the room every day. After you left, I found someone to repair it. That is the place where the immortal master lived. I don't even let others go near it. The village chief casually said. Mu Yu felt a warm current in his heart. Presumably, the small house he lived in when he was young was no longer unbearable. However, it did not have the aura of the past. He said, Grandpa village chief, I will stay here. There was only one bed in the village chief's house. When he was young, Mu Yu would run over to sleep with the village chief when he had nightmares. In fact, the village chief always wanted to bring Mu Yu over. At that time, the village chief did not accept Mu Yu's request. Even though he usually did not say it, the village chief knew that the reason why Mu Yu always stayed in his small broken house was because he hoped that one day his mother would come back. However, after so many years, Mu Yu's mother was still nowhere to be seen. Okay, then I'll go and pack up later. I'll just sleep on the ground. The village chief said. Mu Yu shook his head. How could he bear to let the village chief sleep on the floor? But we'll talk about it at night. The village head couldn't wait to run out to prepare a welcoming dinner for Mu Yu. It was estimated that many villagers would run over to greet him soon. Everyone was very enthusiastic. Mu Yu didn't need to think to know this. As expected, the village head had already spread the news of Mu Yu's return to the village in a short period of time. Many people crowded around the village head's courtyard, fighting to be the first to see Mu Yu. Some people had just rushed back from the fields, not even putting down their farming tools. These were all kind villagers who had helped Mu Yu before. Mu Yu could only walk out and greet them in a friendly manner. Mu Yu, it's really Mu Yu. Aunt Wang had a basket in her hand. The basket was filled with vegetables. She should have just returned from picking vegetables. Yeah, he's now an immortal master. Uncle Chen was still carrying a hoe. Hello everyone. Is Aunt Wang well? Mu Yu asked politely. Good, good, good. Aunt Wang smiled happily. She quickly said to the people beside her, Immortal Master is greeting me. Immortal Master is greeting me. Mu Yu was helpless. He greeted everyone one by one. He originally only wanted to shake hands with Uncle Chen. In the end, everyone squeezed over to shake hands with Mu Yu. To them, shaking hands with an immortal master was a very honorable thing. My hands are stained with immortal energy. I'll never wash them for the rest of my life. Uncle Chen excitedly covered his hands that were still stained with dirt. He was afraid that the immortal energy would run away. Mu Yu didn't know what to say. Ordinary people held cultivators too high and respected them like gods. He didn't know if it was good or bad. Only cultivators knew that the so-called gods didn't exist. They didn't deserve to be called gods. Other than being able to cultivate their own spiritual energy, they also had various needs like ordinary people. Cultivators had such a high status in the eyes of ordinary people. It was no wonder that the Grey Service disciples in the academy were unwilling to return to being ordinary people. The villagers all looked at Mu Yu with reverence. They only dispersed when the village chief shouted and ran over to get everyone to prepare for the celebration. Mu Yu, Tell these kids about your experience of becoming an immortal. Enlighten them. The village chief pointed at the group of naked kids and said, "Experience of becoming an immortal? What's that?" Muyu didn't know. However, the village chief had already left. Instead, those kids ran over happily. "Muyu Gij, is it so fun to be an immortal? Can immortals transform? Immortals can fly. Muyu Gij, show us how to fly. Muyu Gij, do immortals need to eat?" The kids weren't afraid of immortals. They happily surrounded Muyu and asked him all kinds of questions. Muyu finally understood how patient the village chief was when dealing with kids. Kids' questions were always strange. Then, he remembered that he wasn't that old. In the past, when he asked the village chief questions, he probably annoyed the village chief to no end. "I don't know if immortals can fly, but I can fly." Muyu waved his hand and the flying sword arrived at his feet. Muyu floated in the air in the courtyard. Wow! Awesome! Awesome! The children were all stunned. The little girl even wiped her snot. Everyone cheered and clapped their hands. "I'll bring everyone to fly. Who wants to fly with me?" Muyu raised his hand and asked. Me first." "Me too." Everyone scrambled to jump, afraid that they would be left behind. Muyu picked up a marrow and goshing and flew with them. It was funny when he thought about it. When he was learning how to fly, he spent a lot of time because of his fear of heights. He was mocked by Lanling for a long time. Now, he had to fly with a group of kids. Muyu felt that it was quite fun to fly with kids. He was only 14 years old. Kids his age in the village had long followed their parents to work in the fields. They didn't play around, so Muyu was the oldest here. Muyu was no stranger to dealing with kids. After all, there was a pair of weird twins in Luochen Mountain. No matter how naughty these kids were, they couldn't be compared to those two guys. For the whole afternoon, Muyu flew with the kids. He took Goshing to the branches to fish for bird eggs. He took little Changsheng, who had peed in his pants, to the river to wash up. He also took everyone to a small hill behind the village that no one dared to go. It turned out that there was a hornet's nest there. The village was very lively. Every family killed chickens and cows, and at the same time, hung red lanterns. At the same time, firecrackers crackled. It was very lively. They didn't see the village chief for the whole afternoon. They didn't know what the village chief was busy with. Muyu lay on the haystack in the village's grain sunning field and told everyone about his life as a cultivator. Although his description seemed simple, how could an immortal master's words be ordinary to the kids? Every child listened very seriously. Occasionally, an adult would pass by and secretly listen for a while. Obviously, everyone was very curious about the immortal's life. Not good, not good. Immortal Master Muyu, something happened. Something happened. In the distance, old Zhong, who hunted for a living, ran over in a panic. His forehead was bruised, his lips were broken, and there were scratches on his face. His left hand was tilted to the side, looking like it was fractured. "What happened, Uncle Zhong?" Muyu looked at old Zhong and didn't understand why old Zhong was in such a state. "Village chief, something happened to the village chief," old Zhong said while panting. "Grandpa village chief. What happened to him?" Muyu's heart tightened as an ominous feeling welled up in his heart. Old Zhong said, "Just now, the village chief asked me to accompany him to Big Dot Village to buy some rice wine and red candles. However, I didn't expect that Big Dot Village would also be decorated with lanterns and colored banners to welcome an immortal master. That big tiger village chief insulted you, so the village chief argued with him. In the end, he was hung up by that immortal master. They asked me to come back and..." Chapter 36. Da Dien Village was a famous village nearby. Every year, there would be at least 2 children who could cultivate, which made the other villages very envious. Not to mention, the son of Da Dien Village's chief, Da Hu, was accepted as a disciple by the Qingsong school, the #1 sect in the cultivation world, 2 years ago. His outstanding talent was spread to the ears of mortals, which made Da Hu show off in front of the other village chiefs. Everyone spoke to him respectfully. On this day, it was not Dahu's son, Xiao Hu, who returned to the village. Instead, it was Shuo Yang, another disciple of the Zhohua school, who returned home to visit his family. Zhohua school was second only to Qingsong school. Mu Yu even fought with Li Yuan from Zhohua school yesterday. No matter which immortal master returned home to visit their family, every village's custom was to decorate with lanterns and decorations, making it very lively. When village chief Old Bu and Old Zhong went to Dian village to buy rice wine, they unexpectedly met Dahu. Dahu proudly praised his immortal master. Then, he heard from village chief Old Bu that his immortal master, Mu Yu, was also back, so he specially came to their village to buy some wine. Dahu did not like village chief Old Bu's proud expression when talking about Mu Yu. He already knew from his son that Mu Yu from Flowing Water Village had low talent and was a servant disciple of the school. Therefore, he deliberately insulted Mu Yu in front of village chief Old Bu. Village chief Old Bu was so angry that he ignored his old age and wanted to fight with Dahu. Dahu naturally took care of village chief Old Bu, and Old Zhong was also taken down by others. The two were brought to Zhohua School's immortal master. Shuo Yang from Zhohua School casually hung up village chief Old Bu and asked Old Zhong to go back and find Mu Yu. He wanted to humiliate Mu Yu in front of everyone. After all, servant disciples were servants for disciples of other sects. The bigger village was indeed rich. They welcomed the immortal masters with great grandeur. Because many immortal masters went out of the village, Dahu specially built the immortal welcoming platform. The immortals' welcoming platform was located in the center of the Big Dot village. It was a high platform paved with bluestone slabs, and a palace-like pavilion was built on top of it. The eaves of the pavilion were carved with 4 golden dragons, and the high platform was covered with a red carpet. In the center of the pavilion was a wide chair carved with heavy wood. This chair was called the Immortals' Welcoming Chair. All the immortal masters who returned to the village to visit their relatives would sit on this Immortals' Welcoming Chair. Every year, when the immortal masters came to the village to test the children's talents, they would also do so here. At this moment, a young man around 20 years old was lazily sitting on a chair to welcome the immortals. Behind him were 2 beautiful girls who were massaging his back. Under his feet was a luxurious wooden basin filled with clear water. The water was sprinkled with fresh flowers. There was also a middle-aged man at his feet who was helping him wash his feet. This middle-aged man was a famous doctor. His massage technique was superb. Every time an immortal master came, Dahu would always ask him to serve the immortal master. He did not dare to disobey. Dahu sat on a chair beside him. The expression on his face was not as flattering as before. His son was even better than the young man in front of him. There was no need for him to be humble in front of other immortal masters. Even so, the young man was an immortal master after all. Without his son by his side, he did not dare to put on airs. Under the immortals' welcoming platform stood a group of villagers who came to join in the fun. Everyone fought to be the first to look at the majestic immortal master. They were all in awe. Village chief Old Bu was kneeling in front of the young man. His hands were hanging above his head. There were 2 shocking scars on his face. They were so deep that the bones could be seen. His short beard was also stained with dried blood. He looked dispirited and had suffered a lot. A servant disciple dares to be arrogant in front of me? The servant disciples of the academy are becoming more and more unruly. Shuo Yang touched his fingernails and said lazily, "You treat him like a treasure, don't you? Then I'll let him drink the water that I washed my feet in front of you. I'll let you know that in the cultivation world, there are different levels of cultivators, and he can only be considered the lowest level. My Mu Yu is not a servant disciple." Village chief Old Bu could barely open his eyes. How could an old man like him endure this kind of suffering? Even so, he still tried his best to believe that Mu Yu was not that bad. Mu Yu was such a kind child. Even if he became an immortal master, how could his cultivation be bad? Your Flowing Water Village is a poor village. In the past 10 years, there has only been one person who can cultivate, right? That person is actually a servant disciple with the lowest status. How ridiculous. Servant disciples are specialized in serving the disciples of famous sects like us. They are our servants. Shaoyang shook his head. He was a disciple of Zhouhua school. Even though he was not as good as Qingsong school, he was much more confident than the disciples of other sects. Naturally, he looked down on the disciples of other sects. Not to mention that he was a servant disciple who was not even accepted by other sects. He was actually praised to the sky by mortals, which made him a little unhappy. Immortal Master, there's no need to lower yourself to their level, Dahu said from the side. Shaoyang nodded slightly. Uncle, don't worry. As long as you let this old man and that kid drink the water later, I won't make things difficult for them. Shaoyang shook the water in the basin with his feet. He liked to go home and visit his family because in the eyes of mortals, immortal masters were unattainable. Mortals respected immortal masters, and only among mortals could he be respected like an emperor. Back in the village, he was a local tyrant. He had the absolute right to speak, and no one dared to disobey him. The feeling of commanding mortals made him forget himself. In the sect, he could only work hard to cultivate and try his best to please his senior brothers and elders who were more outstanding than him. He lived his life under the thumb of others. But here, this was his home. He could do whatever he wanted. As long as he wanted, he could make the entire village kowtow to him. To him, this was a matter of course. Incompetent people liked to pursue the feeling of being poor and extravagant. They only dared to be pretentious with their own villagers. Flattery only appeared in the sect. Shaoyang knew that Dahu had a son in Qingsong school. In fact, who didn't know Xiaohu's reputation in the cultivation world? He was a disciple with blue talent. Because of his intelligence, the Qingsong Taoist did not allow him to leave the mountain as he pleased. Instead, he focused on cultivating. Xiaohu's future was limitless. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. As Xiaohu's father, Shaoyang naturally did not dare to be careless. You deserve to die. The cold voice was still in the distance, but a figure had already swept past and took Old Bun away. The speed was so fast that Shaoyang did not even have time to react. Mu Yu appeared on the high platform. He supported the village chief. At this moment, the village chief could not even stand properly. However, he still weakly opened his eyes and gave Mu Yu a gratified smile. It was so forced that it made Mu Yu's heart ache. Mu Yu had never wanted to kill a person so much. He believed that many things could be solved peacefully and there was no need to resort to murder. However, he now understood that in the cultivation world, some people deserved to die. Shaoyang narrowed his eyes and stood up. He had already put on his shoes. He stared at Mu Yu. Just now, Mu Yu was so fast that he almost could not react. How could someone with such skills be a servant disciple? Could it be that Dahu made a mistake? You're a servant disciple? Shaoyang asked. Mu Yu snorted. So what if I am? He had never cared about his identity. He was used to living a carefree life in the falling dust mountain. He had never felt ashamed of being a servant disciple. Mu Yu, you, are you really the odd job disciple he mentioned? You are a servant for disciples of other sects. Village chief Old Bun's eyes widened in disbelief. His heart was in a panic. Shaoyang had just instilled in him what a servant disciple was. A servant disciple and a disciple of a sect like Shaoyang were like heaven and earth. A servant disciple was the weakest existence and specialized in serving disciples of other sects. If Mu Yu was a servant disciple, then wouldn't he be no match for Shaoyang? If the two of them fought, what if Mu Yu? Thinking of this, village chief Old Bun's heart twitched. He had raised Mu Yu. Even if he was a servant disciple, he didn't want anything to happen to Mu Yu. He hurriedly shook off Mu Yu's hand and knelt down again. He kowtowed to Shaoyang and said, Immortal Master, I was wrong. Please let us go. I'll drink that foot washing water. Grandpa village chief, why would a bastard like that kneel to him? I'm not a servant disciple, I'm a disciple of the falling dust sect. Mu Yu stopped village chief Old Bun with a pained heart. He helped village chief Old Bun sit against the wall. At this moment, village chief Old Bun didn't even have the strength to sit up. Fortunately, Old Jong was there to support him. On the way here, Mu Yu had already reattached Old Jong's dislocated arm. A disciple of the Falling Dust sect, a sect at the bottom of all sects. How is that different from a servant disciple? Shuo Yang laughed heartily, thinking that he must have let down his guard, allowing a youth who looked like he was only 15 years old to save him. A disciple of the Falling Dust sect was not even worth mentioning in his eyes. Moreover, this kid had only cultivated for a short 2 to 3 years and was at most at the 5th or 6th firmament of qi refinement. Shuo Yang had cultivated for 10 whole years, but he still had a trace of fear just now. How laughable. Kid, your spineless grandpa did the right thing. If you don't want to die, you'd better listen to your grandpa. Shuo Yang kicked the basin of water in front of Mu Yu. At the same time, the aura of a First Firmament Foundation establishment cultivator spread out and pressed down on Mu Yu. Many people paled under the pressure of this aura. They couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground, looking at Shuo Yang in awe. Was this the aura of an immortal master? However, that aura melted like snow around Mu Yu. Old Jong and village chief were not affected at all. Is that so? A grey light flashed in Mu Yu's eyes. That light made his consciousness become somewhat bloodthirsty. He wanted to kill and use blood as a sacrifice. In his eyes, Shuo Yang deserved to die. Mu Yu, don't fight with others for an old man like me. Village chief Old Bu tugged at Mu Yu's trousers. Village chief Old Bu's words flowed into Mu Yu's ears like a clear stream. The grey light in Mu Yu's eyes gradually dissipated. He found himself in a strange state again. Fortunately, village chief's words woke him up. That state made him bloodthirsty. He had almost killed Li Yuan yesterday. He didn't like that feeling. He patted village chief's shoulder and said, "Grandpa village chief, don't worry. It's my turn to protect you now." Once upon a time, whenever he quarreled with the other children in the village when he was young, village chief would side with him intentionally or unintentionally. He didn't have parents, so the villagers often gossiped about him. However, they were all scolded by village chief. After that, no one talked about Mu Yu anymore. Even when he brought Mu Yu to the school and met the big grizzly bear, village chief sacrificed himself to stop it. Every time, it was village chief who protected him. Today, he came back as an immortal master. Village chief didn't want to be injured so badly to welcome him. He was even worried that Mu Yu wouldn't be able to defeat Shuo Yang and would kneel down to beg for mercy. The chick that needed to be protected everywhere had already grown wings. The wide wings were already able to shelter village chief from the wind and rain. If anyone dared to bully the person that Mu Yu cared about the most, then Mu Yu would definitely not let them off. The chick had already grown up. Now, it's my turn to protect you. An even more mellow spirit energy swept over everyone. That spirit energy was like a spring breeze that suppressed Shuo Yang's aura. Everyone was surprised to find that they could move. This aura was so harmonious that it was like an endless exuberant vitality. It was intoxicating. Chapter 37. Impossible, impossible. You must be bluffing. Shuo Yang didn't believe that Mu Yu's cultivation was higher than his. How was this possible? How could someone reach the third layer of foundation establishment in 2 years? He had been cultivating in seclusion for 10 years and was one of the most talented disciples in the sect. During the academy test, he was chosen by the Jiuhua sect because of his yellow talent. However, this servant disciple with grey talent was already at the third level of foundation establishment. You must be using some kind of trick to trick me. You're too inexperienced. Shuo Yang tried his best to remain calm. He waved his white sword and a domineering sword energy swept over. You're too weak compared to Li Yuan. Mu Yu flipped his palm, and the shadow sword spun to meet Shuo Yang's attack. Without any fancy moves, the shadow sword directly collided with Shuo Yang's sword. Shuo Yang's flying sword was quickly defeated, but Mu Yu's shadow sword didn't lose any of its momentum and continued to pierce towards Shuo Yang. Jiuhua shield qi. Shaoyang's hands danced and spirit force gathered in front of his chest. His fingers moved and a red shield formed in front of him. Surging spirit force flashed within the shield and blocked Mu Yu's flying sword. Mu Yu's flying sword spun in front of the shield, but it couldn't move an inch forward. Sweeping Qi, Dustfall. The second move of the Dustfall sword art, Sweeping Qi, Dustfall, gather Qi, break spirit, and return spirit to dust. The rotating shadow sword suddenly split into two and collided with each other. A mighty fluctuation spread out from the tip of the sword. The shield formed by the spirit force became a bit chaotic, and then all of the spirit force could no longer maintain the shield, causing it to scatter. Mu Yu's shadow sword broke through Shaoyang's shield and pierced Shaoyang's shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. Shaoyang was shocked. However, another sword Qi pierced through his eyes and struck his chest. Shaoyang's chest felt heavy, and his entire body flew out in a mist of blood. He fell heavily on the immortal welcoming chair, and the wooden immortal welcoming chair was smashed into pieces by him. Shaoyang struggled to get up, but he felt a chill on his neck. The shadow sword was stabbed into the stone next to his neck and had almost cut his artery. Mu Yu held the other shadow sword in her hand and stood in place with cold eyes. In the eyes of outsiders, the battle between the two only lasted for a moment before it ended with Shaoyang's powerless defeat. Mu Yu didn't even move her body. Everyone was stunned. No one knew why Mu Yu had two identical flying swords. They only knew that his thin and weak body stood there, but he was so tall and unreachable. The insufferably arrogant Shaoyang couldn't even last one round in front of Mu Yu. If Mu Yu wanted to kill him, Shaoyang's head would have been separated from his body by now. Village chief Old Bu looked at Mu Yu in shock and tears flowed out of his eyes. The little Mu Yu in front of him was no longer the little Mu Yu who needed his protection. At this moment, he easily subdued his enemy. It didn't matter if he was an odd job disciple or a disciple of the Falling Dust sect. What was important was that he defeated the immortal master of the greater village. So what if there were few cultivators in Flowing Water Village? There were few people, but they were strong. First, kowtow to my grandfather and admit your wrongs. Second, drink that basin of water. Mu Yu's words were very soft, but they were like thunder in Shaoyang's ears, scaring him silly. He had actually lost. He had lost to a disciple of the Falling Dust sect, a grey-gifted odd job disciple, an immortal who worshipped him like a god. How many years have you been cultivating? Shaoyang asked in a daze. 2 years. Mu Yu's words were like a resounding slap to Shaoyang's face. He didn't understand. He had been cultivating since he was 12 years old and had been cultivating diligently for 10 years. He hadn't left the mountain for 10 years and was already one of the best among his peers. Although he wasn't the top, he could still be considered outstanding. However, he had been defeated by a youth who had only cultivated for 2 years. Moreover, he had been defeated so cleanly without any room to fight back. This is impossible. I cultivated for 10 years, but I can't compare to you who cultivated for 2 years. This is impossible. Impossible. Shaoyang muttered. The Falling Dust sect was just an unremarkable little sect. How could they have such a talented disciple? He had cultivated in the Jiuhua school, which was rich in cultivation resources, had the most standard cultivation system, and had the most famous elders who knew about cultivation. However, he couldn't compare to a disciple of the Falling Dust sect who was ranked last every year. I don't care how many years you've cultivated. If you don't do as I say, I'll kill you, Mu Yu said. In reality, he wouldn't kill anyone. Everyone in the cultivation world had killed before. Perhaps Mu Yu would kill someone in the future, but he wasn't prepared to do so yet. You want me to kneel to a lowly mortal? Dream on. Shaoyang suddenly revealed a smug smile. I'm a disciple of the Jiuhua school. Do you think I'm the only one who left the mountain? Let me tell you, my senior brother Zhu Wanxing and Tang Yang are all in the school right now. If something happens to me, do you think they'll let you go? Let your village go. This was an extremely vicious threat. Shaoyang was actually using the lives of the entire Flowing Water Village to threaten Mu Yu. Cultivators viewed mortals as ants. They were probably capable of killing an entire village. Zhu Wanxing. Mu Yu stroked his chin. In reality, if he hadn't met him yesterday, Mu Yu definitely wouldn't have heard of this person. Even Lan Ling would probably have only heard of him but never met him. As for Tang Yang and Li Yuan, one had been killed by his junior brother, while the other had been defeated by him. They had even been punished by Zhu Wanxing according to the sect rules. Although Mu Yu felt that this matter was very suspicious, Mu Yu didn't look into it. Yes. Speaking of senior brother Zhu Wanxing, I'm afraid a small sect disciple like you should have heard of him, right? He and Bai Liang are known as the two outstanding talents of the cultivation world. If anything happens to me, I'll definitely bury your entire falling dust sect with me, Shoyang said fiercely. He still didn't know what had happened to his senior brother. He only felt that the reputation of the Jiuhua school wasn't just for show. The Jiuhua school's reputation was indeed extraordinary, but Mu Yu didn't fall for it. I don't like being threatened. I don't know this so-called Zhu Wanxing, and I'm not afraid of him. You hurt my family, so I won't let you off. Mu Yu snorted. He didn't plan on telling Shuo Yang that Zhu Wanxing had already punished Li Yuan according to the sect rules. Mu Yu had always felt that something was wrong about that matter, but he just couldn't figure it out. You haven't even heard of senior brother Zhu Wanxing's reputation? What a joke. You really are a frog at the bottom of a well. Shoyang mocked. You should worry about yourself first. Mu Yu turned around and glanced at the village chief. The shocking wound on the village chief's face reignited the flames of anger in Mu Yu's heart. I don't believe that you dare to kill me. Does your falling dust sect dare to offend our Jiuhua school? Shoyang sneered. Mu Yu used his actions to answer him directly. The shadow clone sword flashed, and a sword chi slashed at Shoyang's left arm. His left arm was already slanted to one side, clearly fractured. Ah! Shoyang groaned in pain. He glared at Mu Yu angrily, but another wave of pain came from his right arm. His right arm was fractured. Compared to the damage you've caused to my grandfather, this isn't even worth 1,000th of it. Mu Yu didn't like torturing people, but the village chief's injury made him harden his heart. If this could make up for the village chief's injury, he didn't mind. You like it when people wash your feet, right? Do you need me to chop it off? Mu Yu asked. Shoyang panicked. He couldn't see that Mu Yu was even the slightest bit afraid of his sect. The last line of defense in his heart seemed to have collapsed. Everyone was afraid of death. Perhaps Mu Yu really would chop off his leg. To a cultivator, a fracture wasn't a big deal. It could be healed in a few days. However, a severed limb would be ruined for life. It couldn't be regrown. I'll do it, I'll do it. Shoyang cried miserably. Then, he struggled to stand up, walked to the village chief, and knelt down. Ah! At this moment, many people in the bigger village were watching all of this. A master immortal from Jiuhua School was actually kneeling in front of the village chief of Flowing Water Village. The master immortal who was so arrogant just a moment ago was now kneeling in front of a mortal like a dead dog. Was this real? Many people looked at each other, unable to believe their eyes. The master immortal from Flowing Water Village was actually so powerful that he could beat the master immortal of their bigger village to such a state. Was Flowing Water Village really as weak as they usually laughed at? How could this young man be so powerful? The village chief was a little uncomfortable. A master immortal who could kill him with a wave of his hand was now kneeling in front of him and kowtowing to him. How could he dare to accept such a big gift? Old Zhong, who was next to him, also opened his mouth wide. He was stunned for a moment. Village chief Old Bu didn't want to accept this gift at first, but he saw Mu Yu's clear eyes. That thin and weak child, he had raised him since he was a child. Now that he had made a name for himself, he was protecting him and standing up for him. What was wrong with that? Even though Mu Yu had become a master immortal, he was still so respectful to him. He treated him as a family member. Shouldn't he be happy to accept all of this? The village chief straightened his chest and looked at the master immortal who was kowtowing to him with pride. He thought that his life was worth it since he could make an immortal kneel in front of him. He smiled happily, but this smile pulled at the wound on his face, causing him to grimace in pain. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mu Yu quickly squatted down and checked the village chief's injuries. He wanted to inject spirit energy into the village chief's body. Unfortunately, mortals couldn't cultivate because their meridians couldn't accept spirit energy. Mu Yu's spirit energy was ineffective on the village chief's body. And that basin of water? Mu Yu coldly said. Shuo Yang looked up and unwillingly said, I didn't do anything to your grandfather. Don't go too far. Otherwise, do you think your grandfather would still be alive? Sounds like you're being merciful. Mu Yu retorted. Shuo Yang had no right to bargain with him now. However, the village chief whispered in Mu Yu's ear, Mu Yu, forget it. An immortal master is kowtowing to me. Even if I die, I won't lose anything. I can boast about this matter to the children in the village until the moment I enter the coffin. I won't ask for anything else, haha. The village chief's voice was very proud. It was as if the wound on his face didn't hurt anymore. Mu Yu imagined that he couldn't wait to go back and tell the children about what happened today. Mu Yu could even guess the script. The village chief would definitely proudly talk about how he would rather die than submit. No matter how injured he was, the part where he knelt down and begged for mercy for Mu Yu would be described as a life-and-death struggle with an immortal master. Or maybe he would just cut it out because it was too embarrassing. Grandfather, you can say whatever you want. Mu Yu looked at the wound on the village chief's face with pity. No matter how much the village chief bragged to the children, Mu Yu wouldn't expose him. The village chief was willing to risk his life to be killed by the big grey bear. Even if he was scared to death, he would still say that he fought with the big grey bear. The old man always bragged to others about his grandson. How could Mu Yu take away this kind of thing? However, a person like you doesn't deserve to be a cultivator. I won't kill you, but I won't let you use your cultivation to harm the kind villagers. Before Shuo Yang could react, Mu Yu's sword energy had already forced into Shuo Yang's dantian. The violent sword energy collided in his dantian. The dantian was the most fundamental part of a cultivator. Once it was damaged, the cultivator's cultivation would come to an end and he would never be able to cultivate again. Shuo Yang's expression quickly became dispirited. All of the spiritual energy in his body was suddenly removed. Without the protection of spiritual energy, the pain of his broken bones was heart-wrenching. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could catch his breath, his vision turned black and he fainted. What happened to him? The village chief asked in fear. Chapter 38. The village chief lay quietly on the bed as Mu Yu covered him with a blanket. The village chief kept holding on to Mu Yu's hand. Even when he fell asleep, he was still smiling. Mu Yu felt the warmth of the big hands full of calluses. He remembered that every time he didn't dare to sleep and came here to sleep, the village chief also held his hand like this. In the past, the village chief's hand had given him a sense of security. Now, his hand should be able to give the village chief a sense of security, right? Mu Yu walked to the courtyard and flipped over to the roof. As he looked at the stars in the sky, his thoughts were hooked by Shuo Yang's words. Shuo Yang had taken 10 years to reach the first firmament of the Foundation Establishment realm. Mu Yu frowned. He finally started to think about this seriously. His talent was purple, the highest level of talent. With his master's guidance and Enshu's supervision, it was natural for him to reach the Foundation Establishment realm in 2 years. However, the disciples of other sects had taken 10 years to reach the Foundation Establishment realm. Moreover, they were from the Zhouhua school, which was ranked second among the 4 major sects. Both Li Yuan and Tang Yang, who were at the 9th firmament of the Foundation Establishment Zhouhua school, were over 30 years old. Shuo Yang was at the first firmament of the Foundation Establishment realm at the age of 22. This seemed to have something to do with his talent. It was not surprising that he had reached the Foundation Establishment realm in 10 years. However, Mu Yu thought of something else. Lan Linger was only 2 years older than him, while Xiong Nan was 3 years older. Both of them were at the 9th firmament of the Foundation Establishment realm. Mu Yu had not considered this when he was at Luochen Mountain. He had only thought that he had started cultivating later than the others, so Lan Linga and Xiong Nan's cultivation levels were higher than his. It was not until today that Mu Yu realized that Lan Linga and Xiong Nan's talent was not inferior to his. They were not much older than him, but their cultivation levels were much higher. People who had the same cultivation level as them were twice their age. How could other sects compare to them? The scariest one was Big Brother Chengyang. This approachable Big Brother was only 20 years old, but his cultivation had already entered the Jindan period. Master once asked Chengyang how confident he was if he fought with Bai Liang. At that time, Bai Liang was already 25 years old, and Chengyang was only 18 years old. Yet, Chengyang said that it would be a draw. Disciples of the Falling Dust sect don't have grey or purple talent, so no matter how good your talent is, you won't receive any special treatment in the Falling Dust sect. Mu Yu had not forgotten what his master had said at the academy. He had thought that his master wanted to teach him to look down on his own talent and not to pursue extra preferential treatment just because his talent was good. At that time, he had thought that his master was showing that he would treat all his disciples equally. Now that he thought about it, his master's words seemed to have meant, the other members of the Falling Dust sect aren't any less talented than you, so don't overestimate yourself. What kind of monsters did the Falling Dust sect take in? Mu Yu had forgotten that he was also a little monster in the Falling Dust sect. He found it hard to calm down. His master had often said that he was suited for cultivation, and Mu Yu had thought that he was referring to his high talent and was suited for cultivation. Mu Yu had often been proud of this, and had bickered endlessly with Lan Linga about it. Usually, he was quite proud of his talent. Now that he had gone down the mountain and seen the talent of the other disciples, he realized that his senior brothers and sisters were not inferior to him in terms of talent. Since suited for cultivation didn't refer to high talent, then what did it refer to? Mu Yu felt a sense of defeat. He couldn't compare to Lan Linga, Xiong Nan, and the others in any aspect. Only the so-called suited for cultivation was unclear. In the 2 years he had been at Falling Dust Mountain, the guidance he had received was undoubtedly far superior to that of the other sects. If an otherworldly expert like his master wanted to expand the sect, Mu Yu believed that the strength of the Falling Dust sect wouldn't lose to the other sects. However, this carefree old man always did the trivial matters of the mortal world, standing aloof from worldly affairs. He only took in a few disciples, and each of them was extremely talented. Mu Yu didn't understand the significance of this. His master had never talked about his past, nor had he talked about why the other sects would allow the Falling Dust sect, which had less than 10 people, to exist. He had never thought that his master was a simple cultivator. Now that he thought about it seriously, it was even more confusing. Could it be that the departure of his second senior brother, Luo Shong, who was also suited for cultivation, had something to do with all this? It was very late at night. Flowing Water Village didn't decorate with lanterns and streamers to welcome Mu Yu. Everyone was more worried about the village chief's safety. After hearing that the village chief was fine, they decided to postpone the banquet until tomorrow. Even at this moment, there were still people in the village busily decorating. It was as lively as the new year, but the person in charge was Uncle Sunday. The next day. Let me tell you, little brats. When I went to Big Dot Village yesterday, I actually had a head-on confrontation with that immortal master of Big Dot Village. Good fellow, immortal master is still immortal master after all. I still failed and was captured. The village chief moved a small stool over and was surrounded by a group of children in the yard. They listened to him talk about yesterday's thrilling story. The other adults were preparing for the banquet. The firecrackers in the village shook the sky, and the trumpets were blaring non-stop. Every child listened very seriously. They cracked melon seeds and ate sweets without blinking their eyes. After all, the village chief had a head-on confrontation with the almighty immortal master. The injuries on his body made him look like a triumphant hero, and the children admired him. And then, Marrow wiped his snot, and his eyes were shining. In the blink of an eye, our Mu Yu rushed over in time and fought 300 rounds with that immortal master. That was called the sky turned dark, and the sun and moon lost their light. Mu Yu's 2 flying swords were like shocking heavenly thunders. They were specially used to judge good and evil in the world. When the heavenly swords were used, sand and stones flew, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. It was almost impossible for people to open their eyes. At this moment, a sword light cut through the sky, and suddenly, the wind and clouds surged. The two flying swords flew toward the immortal master of Big Dot Village at lightning speed. The immortal master of Big Dot Village was defeated. He still wanted to resist stubbornly, but Moo Yu didn't give him any chance. In an instant, the sword light shot out in all directions, and the sword chi surged. Everything around him was turned into ashes. The immortal master of Big Dot Village was in a sorry state. He vomited blood and flew away. His blood dyed the dust red, and even the sky was dyed red. Wow! The child's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The village chief's description had attracted him. Moo Yu, who was listening at the side, was stunned. Yesterday, he only fought with Sho Yang for a few breaths, but the village chief described it as if he was a god. He suddenly became an existence like a savior, and it was as if he could destroy the heaven and earth with a raise of his hand. Even Moo Yu was a bit impressed by the main character Moo Yu in the village chief's story. He had to admit that the village chief was indeed a scammer, and his ability to fool children couldn't be underestimated. Big brother Moo Yu is too awesome. Yarden, who was sitting beside Moo Yu, said with a face full of admiration. Moo Yu smiled awkwardly. Then Grandpa Village Chief, what is the matter with the immortal master kneeling? Gosheng raised his hand and asked. The village chief cleared his throat and continued to boast. Next, I will talk about the second volume. The immortal master kneeled to the old village chief. In the beginning, I talked about how Moo Yu was bristling with anger and used the heavenly sword to punish evil, beating the immortal master of the Great Dot Village to the point where he couldn't even fight back. That immortal master was truly abominable. He knew that he couldn't defeat the godlike Moo Yu, but he wasn't willing to admit defeat just like that. Speaking of which, he actually went straight to village chief, wanting to use this old man to threaten Moo Yu. The village chief would rather die than submit, and the wound on his face was left behind at that time. When other villagers passed by, they would also stop to listen to the village chief's story, but they were all chased away by the village chief. It was obvious that this story was only convincing to children. The village chief pointed at the sewn wound and proudly said, the immortal master of the Great Dot Village was very fast, but Moo Yu was even faster. The two heavenly swords pierced through the shoulders of the immortal master of the Great Dot Village. The immortal master of the Great Dot Village was already heavily injured, and he knew that he wasn't a match for Moo Yu, so he could only throw away his weapon and admit defeat. How could our Moo Yu let him go? However, the village chief was magnanimous. As the saying goes, a general's forehead can run a horse, and a prime minister's magnanimity can support a boat. Even though the other party had done something wrong, how could I, the village chief, be a petty person? Therefore, I asked Moo Yu to let him go and give him a chance to turn over a new leaf. As the saying goes, a man's nature is good at birth. As long as he knows his mistake and can change, there is nothing more good than that. Moo Yu agreed, but the condition was that the immortal master of the Great Dot Village had to kneel down and admit his mistake to the village chief. An immortal master admitting his mistake to a mortal? This was something that had never happened before in history. This concerned the immortal master's face, so how could the other party agree? However, the righteousness of the village chief moved him in the end. He understood that even though I, the village chief, was just a commoner, I had the heart of a wise man. He walked to the front of the village chief willingly, bent his legs, and knelt down. That kneel was unique and unprecedented. It was like a stone falling into the water, causing layers of ripples, indicating the end of the evil upper class. That kneel made us farmers raise our heads. There is justice in the world, and good and evil will always have an end. As a mortal, the village chief made an immortal master kneel down and apologize for the first time. This will definitely be recorded in the annals of history, and it will open a new era of human civilization. The last part was naturally made up by the village chief himself. How could a child know about social class? How could they know about a new era? In fact, Other than this group of children who didn't know much about the world, who would believe the village chief's words? Naturally, the village chief was able to make up an exaggerated story because the other party was a child. Village chief is too awesome. Village chief, can you let us take a look at your wound? Grandpa village chief, can I touch your wound? The village chief stuck out his chest and said, you can look, but you can't touch. This wound is very unusual, and there is still immortal chi in it. In the future, everyone must learn from Mu Yu and strive to be a kind immortal master, do you understand? Big brother Mu Yu, is what Grandpa village chief said true? Big brother Mu Yu, are you really that powerful? The children surrounded Mu Yu in admiration. The chairman of his lying nose. Mu Yu still remembered the story of Xiaopi that the village chief told him in the past. He rolled his eyes. This old man was too ridiculous. He was simply talking nonsense. How could it be so incredible? The village chief kept winking at Mu Yu, begging Mu Yu not to expose him. The scar on his face made him grimace. Mu Yu sighed and said vaguely, that, more or less, right? Right, these are the two swords. Mu Yu didn't want to lie against his conscience. He quickly took out his flying swords and split them into two. He let them chase each other in the air to avoid this topic. It's the Heaven Sword. This is the Heaven Sword. Oh my god. So cool. Heaven Sword. Heaven Sword. Heaven Sword. A group of children cheered as they surrounded the Shadow Split Sword. They jumped and jumped, wanting to touch the Shadow Split Sword. With these two swords, they naturally believed the village chief's story without a doubt. Mu Yu moved to the side of the village chief's ear and said, Grandpa village chief, yesterday you told them the story of the golden hatchet and the silver hatchet. You said that people must be honest. The village chief proudly said, children need role models. This way, I can give them more motivation. I'm willing to bear all the pain of this story and tell it all the way to the coffin. Mu Yu laughed dryly. The village chief was clearly the biggest beneficiary of this story. In the future, these children would definitely listen to the village chief and believe him without a doubt. Chapter 39. The autumn air was refreshing and it was the harvest season. The villagers of Flowing Water Village were busy. Golden corn was piled up on the grain-drying field and the village was filled with laughter. Mu Yu looked at the Flowing Water Village behind him. This was the most ordinary village. Although there were very few people who could cultivate, every villager was simple and kind. His appearance was something worth celebrating for this village. The village head was elated after he dealt with the self-cultivators of the bigger village. Mu Yu left quietly. Only the village head knew that he left. He didn't want to ruin the happy atmosphere, so he didn't tell anyone. The village head was reluctant, but he knew that Mu Yu's future was outside the Flowing Water Village. He respected Mu Yu's wishes. Looking at Mu Yu's fading figure, the village head sighed. Then, he put on a smile and turned to look for the group of children to tell stories. Mu Yu had stayed in the village for 3 days. If he didn't go find Lan Ling she might be worried. Mu Yu sat on the flying sword. He stepped on the flying sword with one foot and swung the other foot in the air as he flew slowly. It took 4 to 5 hours to walk from the Flowing Water Village to the Qingshou city. Mu Yu only flew for less than 2 hours before he saw the magnificent outline of the Qingshou city. The school was located in the Qingshou city. This was the trading center for self-cultivators. It was also the place under the control of the Qingsong school. Many self-cultivators came and went in the air and landed in the city. When Mu Yu was young, he came to the Qingshou city with the hunters in the village. He looked at the self-cultivators flying in the sky. At that time, he was also amazed. Now that he was one of them, he didn't have the novelty of the past. Mu Yu didn't fly directly into the city. Seeing that it was still early, he wasn't in a hurry to find Lan Ling. He wanted to walk around the city first. Actually, self-cultivators were not allowed to fly in Qingshou city. After all, this was a place where mortals lived. If self-cultivators wanted to fly into Qingshou city, they had to land at the school. This was a rule set by Qingsong school in order not to disturb the lives of mortals. Cultivators could walk around freely in Qingshou City, but they would not deliberately reveal their cultivation, nor would they make things difficult for mortals. This was because Qingshou City had a law enforcement team that was responsible for monitoring the actions of cultivators. Walking on the street, only cultivators could recognize other people as cultivators. Mortals couldn't recognize them. The streets were bustling with mortals. Mu Yu had been here a few times. Lan Ling had told him that there was a street in Qingshou City that was specially set up for cultivators to trade. It was called Qingshou Street. The green street was behind the school. The entrance was isolated by an array. In the eyes of mortals, it was just a wall, but self-cultivators could feel the array. Just as Mu Yu was considering whether or not to take a stroll on Green Street, a crisp voice rang out behind Mu Yu. "Excuse me, have you heard of the Sky Sword 9 Temptations?" A green robe that was like the spring breeze made people's eyes light up. It was a very pure-looking girl. Her two big eyes were as clear as the bright stars. Her shallow dimples were embedded on her white and tender cheeks. She was so gentle. She had two cute little braids, like a cheerful swallow. There was a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy on her body. She should be a self-cultivator without a doubt, but Mu Yu couldn't see her cultivation level. What's the Sky Sword again? Mu Yu had never heard of the Sky Sword 9 Temptations. When he was using a flying sword, the village chief called his sword the Sky Sword. Mu Yu thought it was quite fun. This girl was half a head shorter than Mu Yu. No matter if it was her appearance or dress, she was so neat that people couldn't get tired of her. People on the street couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. "You don't know about the Sky Sword 9 Temptations? Then have you heard of the sword Shadow Dust Wind?" The green-robed girl blinked her eyes and continued to ask. Mu Yu shook his head honestly. He didn't know about the Sky Sword 9 Temptations, nor did he know about the sword Shadow Dust Wind. He thought that he might be ignorant and inexperienced. However, if this Sky Sword 9 Temptations was so famous, his master would definitely mention it. His master wasn't an ignorant and inexperienced person. Mu Yu had seen many female self-cultivators when he went out with Cheng Yang. However, none of them caught Mu Yu's attention. Lan Ling was also very beautiful. However, Lan Ling's beauty lay in her outgoing and bold personality. It made people feel that she was out of reach. However, this girl gave Mu Yu a pure feeling. She was like a pool of clear water, reserved and restrained. How come the people here don't know about the Sky Sword 9 Temptations? I've already asked more than 10 people. It shouldn't be. The sword Shadow Dust Wind is so famous. How come no one has heard of it? Even if they haven't heard of it, they should at least have heard of the Sky Sword 9 Temptations. The green-robed girl was a little annoyed. She was very depressed that no one knew about her problem. It could be said to be famous if everyone had heard of it. However, 11 out of 10 people had never heard of the Sky Sword 9 Temptations. How could it be famous? Senior sister Piao Piao said that I couldn't find it. I didn't believe it. Xiao Xiao said that everyone in the world knows about the Sky Sword 9 Temptations. It must be easy to find it. Senior sister Miao Yu shouldn't know that I ran out. However, it's impossible that I can't find the sword Shadow Dust Wind. The green-robed girl muttered. Mu Yu couldn't hear what she was muttering. He only heard the words Piao Piao and Xiao Xiao. He didn't know what it meant. From what she could vaguely hear, at least he knew that it wasn't because Mu Yu was ignorant and inexperienced. Obviously, before she asked Mu Yu this question, she had already received many negative answers. Junior sister Piao Piao, maybe you can go to the academy to ask. It's the most informed place. Mu Yu suggested. Lan Ling often went to the academy to inquire about second senior brother. Many things in the cultivation world came from there. Since Lan Ling believed that the academy could find her second senior brother who had disappeared and been abducted, then the academy should be able to help this girl find the Sky Sword 9 Temptations and the sword Shadow Dust Wind that no one had ever heard of. My name is Tian Ran. Piao Piao is my senior sister. Oh, I can't remember, you muttered so many names all at once. Mu Yu shrugged. He couldn't see Tian Ran's cultivation. Cultivators could hide their own cultivation. Unless they deliberately released it, they could only perceive the fluctuations of spiritual power on the other party. Where is the academy you mentioned? Tianran asked again. Mu Yu was stunned. Where did Tianran come from? How come she didn't even know the academy? If she didn't know the academy, then how did she embark on the road of cultivation? Could it be that she was the illegitimate daughter of some sect elder and had never seen the world? It just so happens that I'm going to the academy later. I'll take you there. There are a lot of cultivators there. Everyone is gathered there, and it's the most well-informed. Mu Yu thought for a while. It seemed that he hadn't introduced himself yet, so he continued, My name is Mu Yu. Senior brother Mu Yu, what sect are you from? Are there a lot of sects here? Tianran looked like a child who had run out from the mountains and knew nothing about the cultivation world. What? Aren't you from here? Mu Yu felt a little strange. This girl came to Qingshou City with strange questions to ask people, but she didn't know what sect was here. Did she jump out of a stone? Was she a rogue cultivator? Master said that some people in the cultivation world didn't belong to sects. There were also rogue cultivators who were self-taught. However, even if they were rogue cultivators, they should have a general understanding of the cultivation world. She came out without knowing anything. Wasn't she afraid that she would be kidnapped like Lan Ling-er's second senior brother? I'm from a place very far away. Tianran thought for a while and didn't say her sect in the end. There aren't a lot of sects here. The most powerful sect is naturally Qingsong School. I'm from the Luo-Chen sect. If you have some common sense, you should be familiar with the Luo-Chen sect. What sect is the Luo-Chen sect? Is it very powerful? Mu Yu rolled his eyes. Tianran didn't even know about the Luo-Chen sect. She was really ignorant. His sect was. Forget it, there was no need to talk about it. After all, the Luo-Chen sect's reputation was only second to Qingsong School. When people talked about the number one sect, they would think of the Luo-Chen sect and Qingsong School. Our sect is powerful, but we don't have that many people. Mu Yu didn't blush at all. Outsiders thought his sect was a joke. It was only because of his master and Enshu, two people from the Jindan period, that the cultivation world barely recognized it as a sect. Only he knew the background of his sect. Probably very few people knew that his sect actually had 3 cultivators from the Jindan period. At present, the lowest cultivation level in his sect was Mu Yu, apart from the twins who did not let people be quiet. Mu Yu's cultivation level was not inferior to those of the same age. The rise and fall of a sect depended on the number of people in the Jindan period. For example, the Qingsong School's Qingsong Taoist had reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. His sect had more than 10 masters from the Jindan period. It was very powerful. If he said anything in the cultivation world, he would be treated seriously by other sects. If the Qingsong Taoist shook his foot, the cultivation world would change. Naturally, no other sect would dare to challenge his sect's dignity. Only a sect that had 2 cultivators from the Jindan period would be recognized by the cultivation world. The Luo-Chen sect had always kept a low profile. It claimed that it was a sect, but it didn't open its door to accept disciples. It was famous for its small number of people. Even though it had 2 cultivators from the Jindan period, very few sects would take it seriously. Mu Yu walked in front and headed for the school. Tianran followed him. How few people can there be? Our sect has 8 people. What? How can 8 people support a sect? Yes, my sect can. Then what do you rely on to support your sect? Looks. Mu Yu chatted casually with Tianran, who had never seen the world. He had forgotten that he himself had never seen the world. However, compared to Tianran, who didn't know anything, Mu Yu still felt a little proud. At least he knew where the school was and how the forces in the cultivation world were distributed. 2 years ago, Mu Yu was about the same as Tianran. He was almost as white as a sheet of paper. Perhaps he knew even less than Tianran. So this is the school. Mu Yu stopped at the magnificent entrance of the school. Looking at the familiar door, he sighed with emotion. 2 years ago, he had been here and didn't know what was waiting for him. 2 years later, he was already a member of the cultivation world. Yet, the school was still so dignified and enduring. Let's go. Mu Yu beckoned to Tian Ran. There was no one guarding the school. Mortals revered this place and didn't dare to act presumptuously. Cultivators didn't need to be greeted when they entered. At this moment, there were 2 self-cultivators chatting at the gate of the school. They didn't pay any attention to Mu Yu's arrival at all. When Mu Yu entered the gate, 2 other self-cultivators soared into the sky on their flying swords from the yard. Chapter 40. Tian Ran sat on a rock with a gloomy expression. Every person she met would eagerly ask about the 9 heavenly sword guides and sword shadow dust wind. Unfortunately, they were all denied. No one knew what the so-called 9 heavenly sword guides and sword shadow dust wind were, let alone what they referred to. That shouldn't be the case. That person clearly said that sword shadow dust wind was in this place. But I don't know anyone here. What's going on? Tian Ran held her chin dejectedly. Her eyes were full of confusion. Mu Yu was bored to death just now and followed her everywhere to ask questions. He felt that this girl was really bored out of her wits. Not only was her identity unknown, she even brought a question that no one knew about. The person most familiar with the school was Deacon Zun. He had interacted with every cultivator. Maybe he could find sword shadow dust wind by asking him. The only person Mu Yu knew in the school was Deacon Zun. Deacon Zun was a kind elder, but he didn't know where he was. He found a grey disciple and asked. He only heard that Deacon Zun wasn't in charge of the school. Deacon Zun had been ordered to carry out a mission and hadn't returned yet. Sword shadow dust wind is referring to a person, right? Mu Yu asked. Tian Ran nodded. Sword shadow dust wind is a very powerful person. Everyone in the cultivation world knows this. I don't understand why you guys don't know. Mu Yu was defeated by this girl. Everyone in the cultivation world knew about it. How could no one in the academy not know about it? If even the school couldn't find this person's whereabouts, then it would be nonsense to say that this person was famous. What does that person look like? Big eyes, big ears, and big eyebrows. Tian Ran only asked people 2 sentences from beginning to end. She didn't describe this person at all. It would be strange if they could find him like this. I haven't seen him either. I just had to find him because something happened. Tian Ran's words made Mu Yu completely abandon the idea of helping her find this person. Even he hadn't seen this person before. Was it a joke to find a needle in a haystack? Alright, then you can try again. I'm going to look for my senior sister. If you need anything, you can find me at the Falling Dust Sect side courtyard. Mu Yu thought of Ling asking him to find her today. If he was late, she would say something like second senior brother is never late. Just thinking about it made him feel annoyed. Alright, you can go ahead. Tian Ran waved her hand at Mu Yu. It had to be said that the academy was a very big place. Every sect had a courtyard in the academy, which was specially used for disciples who went out to do things. When Mu Yu walked through the courtyard of Qingsong School, he couldn't help but sigh at the grandeur of a large sect. Even the small doors of the other courtyards were more imposing than the Luo Chen sect's mountain gate. When Mu Yu pushed open the old wooden door with the words Luo Chen sect written on it, he felt a great difference in his heart. Senior sister, I'm here. Mu Yu pushed open the wooden door of the courtyard. The courtyards were all renovated by the various sects. Mu Yu was already very satisfied that the Falling Dust sect's courtyard wasn't a thatched hut. They were famous for being poor. Lan Ling was sitting on a stone chair in the courtyard, her fingers intertwined with each other. Her eyes were staring blankly at the sky. No one knew what she was thinking, but she didn't pay attention to Mu Yu. Mu Yu was asking for a snub. He thought that it would be better to walk around outside, so he casually asked, "How is it? Is there any news of your beloved second senior brother?" This was a question that he already knew the answer to. It would be strange if there was any news of that second senior brother who didn't even show up. Mu Yu only asked this to attract Lan Ling attention, so she wouldn't always treat him like air. Who knew that Lan Ling'er's eyes would suddenly turn red? She threw herself onto Mu Yu's shoulder and hugged Mu Yu tightly, then began to sob. This gave Mu Yu a fright. What was wrong with Lan Ling'er, who would usually be scolded for half a day if he touched her? Why would she do such an illogical thing? Mu Yu was at a loss. This was the first time a girl hugged him. Moreover, it was Lan Ling'er, who usually quarreled with him. His body suddenly stiffened, and he didn't know where to put his hands. Lan Ling'er actually hugged him. Mu Yu's mind was blank. He didn't know why being hugged by Lan Ling'er gave him such a wonderful feeling. His heart was beating happily like a little deer. He was a little happy. It was just like that night when Lan Ling'er fell asleep in front of him without any vigilance. He liked this feeling. That. Senior sister, did you miss me too much? Mu Yu wanted to say something, but the words that came out of his mouth were really asking for a beating. Second senior brother, there's news of second senior brother. Lan Ling'er seemed to have found an opening to confide in. Her tears flowed out like a broken dam. How many days and nights had she missed him, just to wait for that missing person? Every time she went down the mountain, she would stubbornly come here to inquire for news. Every time she had hope, she would be disappointed again and again. She kept a lot of things in her heart. Everyone had told her that second senior brother wouldn't come back. She was the only one who silently endured it, firmly believing that second senior brother would come back. Now that there was finally news of second senior brother, her thoughts were surging. When Mu Yu casually asked, she couldn't help but cry. Mu Yu was stunned. There was news of second senior brother? Mu Yu didn't dislike the existence of second senior brother. His daily bickering with Lan Ling'er was all because of second senior brother. Usually, he also wanted to know if this legendary second senior brother had 3 heads and 6 arms to make Lan Ling'er so worried. He was used to making fun of second senior brother. Sometimes, he also wanted to know more about second senior brother. Unfortunately, no one was willing to say much. Today, when he heard Lan Ling'er say that there was news of second senior brother, he wasn't so anxious to know where second senior brother was. On the contrary, he didn't want second senior brother to appear. When Mu Yu was hugged by Lan Ling'er, the deepest part of his heart seemed to be touched by someone. A feeling of innocence filled his heart, as if something sleeping was gradually awakening. He really wanted to hug Lan Ling'er and not let go, just like that night when he quietly watched Lan Ling'er fall asleep. However, Lan Ling'er hugged him because she heard news of second senior brother. Normally, Lan Ling'er wouldn't even touch him. Mu Yu's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Since when did he have such strange feelings for Lan Ling'er? He didn't like Lan Ling'er, right? He didn't like Lan Ling'er? Senior sister, there's news of second senior brother. I thought he was kidnapped and sold. Mu Yu said this at an inappropriate time. The latter half of this sentence was what he wanted to see. He quickly regretted saying this because Lan Ling'er realized that she had lost her composure and hurriedly let go of Mu Yu. I'm sorry, I really want to find her. I can't help it. You can just pretend that nothing happened. For the first time, Lan Ling'er didn't get angry because Mu Yu said bad things about second senior brother. After hearing news of second senior brother, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The thoughts of the past few years surged into her mind. That kind of long-suppressed emotion made her very depressed. And Mu Yu appeared in front of her like this. For a moment, she forgot that she and Mu Yu were still enemies. She herself didn't think that she would hug Mu Yu and cry in front of Mu Yu. This was almost a very embarrassing thing. Lan Ling'er wiped her tears and sat down again, pretending that nothing had happened. Mu Yu smiled and said, I've never seen you cry, Ling'er. Which refugee cave did second senior brother run out from? Mu Yu really didn't want to say this, but the bitter feeling in his heart lingered. He wanted to cover up the awkwardness just now by teasing second senior brother and let Lan Ling'er know that he wasn't affected by what happened just now. But when he said this, he felt even more uncomfortable. He felt weird, like he had knocked over something. None of your business. When second senior brother comes back, you will feel ashamed. Lan Ling'er glared at Mu Yu. If you dare to tell anyone about what happened just now, I won't forgive you. Lan Ling was still that Lan Ling but Mu Yu was no longer that Mu Yu. It turned out that Lan Ling had already run into Mu Yu's heart at some point. That girl who always liked to bicker with him, the senior sister who always liked to attack him, had become a part of his life. In the past, he didn't know that it was called liking. He only knew that it was very happy to bicker with Lan Ling. Even if he was belittled, he didn't think much of it. But the moment Lan Ling hugged him because of second senior brother, he was filled with disgust for second senior brother. When did the second senior brother that Lan Ling talked about become so detestable? Mu Yu didn't want Lan Ling to see his abnormality, so he forced a smile and said, "How did you get news of second senior brother? Don't tell me it's the so-called telepathy. I don't believe in such nonsense as a dream." Lan Ling glanced at Mu Yu and then said, "He must have been here recently. The array formation in our courtyard was personally set up by Master. Only we know how to enter this array formation. Second senior brother also knows that there are no signs of the array formation being damaged, which means that he came in normally. When I came here and entered the room, I found that something was wrong. The way the quilt was folded on the bed was different from the way I folded it. That's the way he's used to folding it. I can't be wrong." Mu Yu was speechless. Because the way the quilt was folded was different. "You haven't been here for almost half a year. How do you know how the quilt is folded? Maybe it was you who folded it." This reason was too far-fetched. Mu Yu felt that Lan Ling was hallucinating because she was thinking too much about second senior brother. Many cultivators could enter the academy at will, but they couldn't enter the courtyards of each sect. Every courtyard had an array formation set up to prevent others from entering at will. Only people from their own sect knew how to break this array formation. Mu Yu also knew this. When he came in just now, there was no array formation obstructing him because Lan Ling had already broken the array formation. Lan Ling shook her head. "I didn't fold it. Master came here last month, remember? Last month was the recruitment day of this year's academy. Master was a very casual person. He didn't know how to fold the quilt. He only knew how to fold the quilt and lay it flat on the bed. Second senior brother, on the other hand, was a very strict person. He liked to organize everything in an orderly manner. Usually, he folded the quilt like this. Moreover, the quilt was facing a specific direction and would not be moved even by thunder. I won't remember this wrong because he taught me how to fold it. I always fold the quilt in the opposite direction from him." When Lan Ling said this, her eyes turned red again. She and second senior brother had depended on each other for survival since they were young. They weren't biological siblings, but they were more like siblings. Everything about Lan Ling was taught by second senior brother. When Lan Ling thought that she would be with second senior brother forever, he left and never returned. He disappeared from the world, leaving only endless thoughts for Lan Ling. Mu Yu really wanted to say that perhaps Master had casually folded the quilt because he missed second senior brother when he came here last month. However, he didn't want to hurt Lan Ling again, so he didn't say anything. Missing someone could be very stubborn sometimes. Why hurt other people's feelings? I've searched the city for 3 days, but I still haven't seen second senior brother. I thought he would come here again. Lan Ling's voice lowered. She had been waiting here for the past few days, hoping that second senior brother would suddenly appear in front of her, hold her hand, and tell her why he left. She had too many things to say to second senior brother. Even if she could only see him once, it would be good. However, second senior brother didn't appear. Only Mu Yu came here. Yes. Maybe second senior brother went back. What am I waiting for here? Second senior brother must already be at Luo Chen Mountain. I'll go back and ask Master if he folded the quilt last month. This way, I'll be sure if second senior brother came here. Lan Ling raised her head and stood up. She couldn't wait to return to the mountain. Mu Yu sighed. He really came down the mountain in a hurry this time. He didn't even have time to walk around before he had to go back with Lan Ling. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded outside the courtyard. Chapter 41. The dilapidated wooden door of the falling dust sect was suddenly pushed open, and a group of people rushed in aggressively. There were even a few people carrying stretchers, and on the stretchers lay 2 people. Their entire bodies were covered in white cloth, and only their feet were exposed. The leader was a man in grey with a black bamboo fan in his hand. He looked extraordinary, but at this moment, his face was filled with anger as if he was here to denounce them. The voice just now had come from him. Mu Yu vaguely felt that this man in grey was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Everyone stared at Mu Yu and Lan Ling. At the same time, they also stood in a formation to prevent the 2 of them from escaping. Senior brother, it's him. He's the one who destroyed my cultivation. Shaoyang walked out from behind the man in grey. His face was very pale and his arm was still wrapped in bandages. His aura was completely different from the people around him. There were no spiritual fluctuations on his body and he was no longer a cultivator. Mu Yu frowned. Were these people from the Jiuhua school? Were they here to avenge Shaoyang? Then what about the 2 people lying on the stretcher? You're the one who destroyed my junior brother's dantian and killed my other 2 junior brothers? The man in grey asked. His voice contained traces of anger and the overbearing spiritual fluctuations on his body made Mu Yu's heart palpitate. This was a strong person from the Jindan period. Killed your junior brothers? Mu Yu was puzzled. He had never killed anyone when he came down the mountain. Why was he being accused of shit for no reason? He was the one who destroyed Shaoyang's cultivation and he didn't think he was wrong. Mu Yu said, Shaoyang tried to kill my family. What's wrong with me destroying his cultivation? Nonsense. You're clearly the one who went too far. Shaoyang said angrily. Went too far? You used a mortal's life to threaten and even tried to humiliate him. You could even kill an 8-year-old man. Are you a beast? When Mu Yu thought of how the village chief had been tortured, his heart burned with anger. If the village chief had not stopped him in the end, he might have killed Shaoyang. So you destroyed my junior brother's dantian and cut off his path of cultivation? I didn't expect you to be so vicious at such a young age. The grey-robed man snorted. Compared to killing him, I think this is the best outcome. If your parents were forced to kneel and humiliated, would you let that person go? Mu Yu argued. In fact, he was already a little anxious. After all, the other party was a master of the Jindan period, and he was not afraid of his sect at all. If this matter was not handled well, he was afraid that today would be a disaster. Lan Ling calmed down and stood up to say, in the cultivation world, strength is everything. You dared to touch someone else's family because you're not as good as them. I can only say that you deserve it. She didn't know the ins and outs of the matter, but she could roughly guess that Mu Yu must have had a conflict with someone when he returned to the village. Not as good as them. Do you think you can destroy the dantian of my Jiuhua school's disciples just because you want to? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll let you know what it means to be not as good as others. An aura of the Jindan period enveloped the entire courtyard. Lan Ling and Mu Yu's faces turned pale, and they took a step back. The cultivation of the other party during the Jindan period made it impossible for them to resist. The Jiuhua school is so impressive. A big sect that is respected by everyone in the world can't distinguish right from wrong and be so domineering. It's really a model for the cultivation world. Aren't they afraid of being laughed at if this gets out? Mu Yu deliberately raised his voice. His mind was spinning quickly, and he quickly came up with an idea. After all, this was a school with a lot of cultivators. If they could attract other cultivators here, the Jiuhua school wouldn't do anything to them regardless of their reputation. Only with more people would they have a chance to escape. At this moment, many people had already noticed the situation here. The aura of the Jindan period had appeared in this rundown courtyard for no reason, arousing the curiosity of many. There were already a few cultivators in the sky who had come to join in on the fun. Many of these self-cultivators came from famous sects and clans. It was quite new for the second-ranked Jiuhua sect to make things difficult for the weakest Luo Chen sect. One was a supreme sect in the cultivation world, second only to Qingsong school in strength. The other was the laughably shabby Luo Chen sect, ranked at the bottom of the cultivation world in strength. These two sects were actually in conflict. Everyone in the cultivation world knew that the Luo Chen sect had always kept a low profile. They had very few members, numbering no more than 10 in total. If it weren't for the fact that they had 2 Jindan period cultivators, many people probably wouldn't treat them as a sect. They didn't know how the Luo Chen sect's disciples had offended the famous Zhouhua school. They had really hit a wall this time. For a moment, everyone was talking about it, and there were many who were gloating over their misfortune. The grey-robed man's face was livid. If they were outside the city, he would have mercilessly killed the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators in front of him. But at this moment in the school, there were many people coming and going, and there was no lack of elites from various sects. If he didn't get to the bottom of this matter before making a move, it would really damage the reputation of the Zhouhua school. The Zhouhua school was second only to the Qingsong school, and had a high status in the cultivation world. The Zhouhua school's sect master, Perfected Zhouhua, was a famous expert in the cultivation world. His cultivation had already reached the acme of perfection, and he was probably not much weaker than the Qingsong Taoist. These two were giants in the cultivation world. Whether it was their status or their status, they were incomparably noble. Once a person had the burden of status, they would care about their reputation. Now that there were so many cultivators watching, they didn't dare to do anything that would embarrass them. All right then, I won't talk about destroying my junior brothers Dantian for now. Then how do you explain killing my junior brothers, Tang Yang and Li Yuan? The grey-robed man said in a deep voice. Tang Yang and Li Yuan? Mu Yu and Lan Ling were both stunned. Tang Yang had died at the hands of Li Yuan. The two of them had gone to kill the pregnant flame horse beast for the demon spirit. Li Yuan had been blinded by greed and ambushed Tang Yang. In the end, he had only been seriously injured by Mu Yu, who had lost control. Li Yuan had been killed by a man in purple. That man in purple had claimed to be Zhu Wanxing from the Zhouhua school, and was their senior brother. Killing Li Yuan was just a matter of sect rules. Why did it become Mu Yu's murder here? The white cloth on the stretcher was lifted, and the bodies of Tang Yang and Li Yuan were revealed. Their skin was pale, and mottled blood could be seen all over their bodies. Tang Yang's eyes were wide open. Dying at the hands of his junior brother made him unable to die in peace. There was a shocking sword wound on his chest, located near his heart. Li Yuan's spiritual energy had destroyed all the meridians in his body. Li Yuan didn't close his eyes. His expression was somewhat resentful and unwilling. There was a deep wound on his neck. That was a fatal wound. However, Mu Yu noticed that he had also been stabbed in the heart. Mu Yu didn't remember him being stabbed. What was going on? There's a limit to slandering people. These two people weren't killed by us. Tell me, what are their cultivation levels? What about our cultivation levels? How can junior brother and I kill 2 people in the 9th layer of the Foundation establishment realm? Lan Ling had a fiery temper. She was also in the 9th layer of the Foundation establishment realm. She could deal with either Tang Yang or Li Yuan. If the two of them were to fight together, she wouldn't have any chance of winning. Not to mention, there was also Mu Yu, who was a burden. Actually, Mu Yu wasn't a burden. He had almost killed Li Yuan, although that was under the circumstances that he didn't know. He didn't even know why he had entered such a murderous state. Furthermore, his cultivation level had skyrocketed. It was actually on par with a cultivator in the 9th layer of the Foundation establishment realm. Who knows if the two of you used some evil scheme to kill my 2 junior brothers? Their deaths definitely have something to do with you. The grey-robed man's gaze lingered on Mu Yu and Lan Ling. Suddenly, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He hadn't noticed it at first, but now he was extremely shocked. The cultivation levels of these 2 falling dust sect disciples? They don't look more than 15 or 16 years old. They've only been cultivating for 3 or 4 years. Right? The 2 of them are actually in the Foundation establishment realm? They entered the Foundation establishment realm at such a young age? Wait, the girl from the falling dust sect seems to have a higher cultivation level than both of us. How How is this possible? How can the falling dust sect have such talented disciples? This kind of talent. Heavens! The surrounding people were just as shocked as the grey-robed man, 15 or 16 years old, actually in the Foundation establishment realm. If news of this got out, probably not many people would believe it, right? Even the top disciple of Qingsong School, Bai Liang, entered the Foundation establishment realm at the age of 16. At that time, he was already regarded as a genius in the cultivation world. However, compared to these two people, Bai Liang didn't seem to be on the same level, let alone other cultivators with ordinary talent. Wasn't the falling dust sect just a shabby and laughable sect? There weren't more than 10 people in the sect. Why did these two heaven-defying people appear? Me. The two of you have reached such a cultivation level at such a young age. It looks like your falling dust sect must have used some evil methods. My two junior brothers actually died at your hands. They really died unjustly. The grey-robed man naturally didn't believe in their talent. What a joke. If their talent was outstanding, they would have been snatched away by other sects during the Academy's assessment. How could the falling dust sect, which was ranked last, have gotten their hands on them? The others were instantly enlightened by his words. In the past few years, the most talented person was Little Tiger, who had blue talent 2 years ago. The others didn't shine in the Academy. Unless they were as talented as Little Tiger, how could they reach the Foundation establishment realm in such a short time? If the falling dust sect were to accept disciples in the Academy, those disciples would be the leftovers of others. It was even more impossible for a disciple with such talent to appear. The only possibility was that the falling dust sect used some evil methods to forcefully raise the cultivation of these two people. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but despise the falling dust sect even more. To think that the falling dust sect would actually do such a thing to their disciples in order to get rid of the fact that they were ranked last. Many evil methods could quickly raise a person's cultivation level, but they would also cause great harm to the person. It could be said that these two people's cultivation had probably reached the end. I always thought that the sect master of the falling dust sect was an expert who stood aloof from worldly affairs. I didn't expect him to use evil methods. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Look at their shocking cultivation levels. It's a pity that it was just a flash in the pan. What a pity for these two. A sect like the falling dust sect shouldn't be allowed in the cultivation world. They actually used evil methods. Feng Haochen is really crazy. In an instant, the wind suddenly turned to a crusade against the falling dust sect and even insulted Feng Haochen. This made Lan Ling very angry. Hearing the discussions around her, she was very angry. However, now wasn't a good time to vent her anger. After all, there was a more serious matter before her eyes. The two of them had been charged with murder. Mu Yu vaguely felt that something was wrong. Tang Yang and Li Yuan had been dead for so many days, and Lan Linger had been here all this time. However, they didn't come looking for trouble with her. Instead, they came looking for Mu Yu as soon as he returned. This didn't make sense. Unless someone was deliberately waiting for him, the only person who had a grudge against him was Shuo Yang. Mu Yu didn't mention the murder to Shuo Yang, and Shuo Yang didn't know about it. However, the moment they opened their mouths, they came for the crime of murder. There must be something wrong. Back then, when the purple-robed man punished Li Yuan according to the sect rules, he felt that something was wrong. As a senior brother, Zhu Wenxing couldn't punish his own disciple so casually according to the sect rules. This matter should at least be brought back to the sect and let the elders deal with it. Moreover, Li Yuan's heart didn't have this sword wound at that time. Now, there was an additional wound for no reason. Why? Could it be that someone was framing them? Could it be that the purple-robed man? I'll tell you the truth. For a demon spirit, Li Yuan killed Tang Yang. Then, his senior brother found out and punished Li Yuan according to the sect rules. Why don't you find Zhu Wenxing? He killed Li Yuan. Ling don't. Mu Yu wanted to stop Lan Ling but it was too late. The demon spirit involved many things. Even during the Jindan period, one might not be able to obtain it. This kind of thing was very precious and would make many people jealous. The reason why they waited for him to return was probably because of the demon spirit on him. If they didn't mention the demon spirit, it would have been fine. Mu Yu thought that he could deny it no matter what. If they couldn't produce evidence of him killing someone, they wouldn't dare to make a move in the academy. However, since Lan Linga said it so impulsively, it was definitely related to the two of them. Things would probably get worse. As soon as Lan Linga said that, the surrounding people were in an uproar. They looked at Lan Linga strangely, as if they were watching a big joke. The grey-robed man's eyes were cold as he took a step forward and said, "Are you saying that I killed my two junior brothers?" Chapter 42. Was the purple-clothed man really an imposter Ju Wanxing? Mu Yu had always felt that the purple-clothed man's actions were a bit impatient. Rather than saying that he was punishing them according to the sect's rules, it was more like he wanted to silence them. Presumably, the purple-clothed man's real goal was the demon soul. He had a good plan, using Ju Wanxing's name to stabilize the two of them and then snatch the demon soul from Li Yuan. Unfortunately, Mu Yu had already taken the demon soul. Today's incident was very likely the purple-clothed man's doing. Perhaps he was angry because he didn't get the demon soul and wanted to fight to the death. Thus, he waited at the school. As soon as he saw Mu Yu, he immediately told the Zhouhua school about the murder. The Zhouhua school was already extremely angry because they couldn't find the murderer after two of their disciples were killed. Once they heard that the murderer had appeared, they fiercely came knocking on the door. "You said I killed two of my disciples?" Ju Wanxing was so angry that he laughed. "You're looking for an excuse. It's really in line with the style of a crooked sect. You're Ju Wanxing? How is that possible?" That day, it was clearly another purple-clothed man. Lan Linga was stunned. In terms of thinking, she wasn't as meticulous as Mu Yu. Mu Yu suddenly remembered why he was familiar with Ju Wanxing. During the 2 years of the school's disciple selection, 3 people came to the school right in front of them. One was Qingsong School's genius, Bai Liang. The other was a beautiful girl who was said to be the Qingsong Taoist's beloved daughter. The other man in grey should be Zhouhua School's Ju Wanxing. "You too killed my juniors. What else is there to say?" Ju Wanxing said angrily. Mu Yu stood in front of Lan Ling to prevent her from saying the wrong thing. He said, "You need evidence to frame someone. What proof do you have that we killed your 2 juniors?" Ju Wanxing sneered, "Then I'll let you 2 die knowing." "Miss Huai, tell me." Mu Yu didn't notice that there was a girl behind Ju Wanxing. This girl was around 20 years old. Her expression was as cold as an iceberg, but her appearance was extremely beautiful. People couldn't help but take a few glances at her. Mu Yu had never seen this woman before, but when she appeared, Lan Linga suddenly whispered, "She's the one who ambushed us that day, but she escaped. She should be with the fake Ju Wanxing." The woman walked out and glanced at Mu Yu and Lan Ling. She pointed at them and said, "That's right. These 2 killed the 2 seniors from Zhouhua School." That day, senior brother Tang Yang and senior brother Li Yuan fought an injured rank 3 demon beast and obtained a demon spirit. The strength of a rank 3 demon beast is already very high, and the 2 seniors were also injured. It was at this moment that this youth took advantage of senior brother Tang Yang's unpreparedness and jumped out from behind, killing senior brother Tang Yang with a sword. Senior martial brother Li Yuan was devastated. He wanted to avenge senior martial brother Tang Yang, but he didn't expect there to be another person on the other side. This young girl slit his throat and killed the heavily injured senior martial brother Li Yuan. She even stabbed him in the chest. The 2 of them were extremely ruthless. Unfortunately, the 2 seniors were killed by a sneak attack. They were really unwilling. I heard the commotion and came to check it out. I didn't expect them to want to kill me. If I didn't use a secret technique to escape, how could I be standing here today? This woman with the surname Huai deliberately distorted the truth, which made Mu Yu very angry. Demon spirits could only be produced by rank 3 demon beasts, and rank 3 demon beasts were very powerful. Even ordinary Jindan period cultivators might not be able to take them down. This woman deliberately said that it was a seriously injured rank 3 demon beast and didn't say that it was a pregnant rank 2 flame horse beast. Everyone would know that the 2 Johua school disciples were seriously injured by a rank 3 demon beast, which was why the 2 of them could take advantage of the situation to kill and steal the treasure. Demon spirit. It's actually a demon spirit. The injured rank 3 demon beast is also very powerful. It's enough to seriously injure 2 Ninth Firmament Foundation establishment disciples of Johua school. These 2 brats from the Falling Dust sect actually did such a shameless thing. They really deserve to die. Demon spirits are extremely precious. They would definitely take the risk, but I didn't expect that they would dare to appear in the school. They really aren't afraid of death. The surrounding people were actually more focused on the demon spirit. What did the death of the Johua school disciples have to do with them? Demonic spirits were originally coveted by many people in the Shuzhenshen world. They could only be found by chance and not by searching for them. It was the condensation of a 3rd-rank demonic beast's lifetime cultivation. It was equivalent to all the spiritual energy of a Jindan stage cultivator, or even purer. If one could absorb the spiritual energy of a demon spirit, it was enough to save many cultivators a year of cultivation. Who wouldn't want such a treasure? Many people stared at the 2 of them with burning eyes. At this moment, they had demon spirits hidden in their bodies and had become the target of public criticism. It would be difficult for them to escape today. You're slandering us. That day, it was clearly Li Yuan who killed his fellow disciples for the demon spirit. The 2 of them went to hunt a pregnant rank 2 flame horse beast. It's dishonorable. Lan Ling was furious. Mu Yu sighed. Lan Ling words had indirectly admitted the existence of demon spirits. To these people, a pregnant flame horse beast was the same as a rank 3 demon beast. As long as it was a demon spirit, no one would hesitate to kill it. Lan Ling spoke without thinking. Mu Yu could already feel the surrounding people's unfriendly auras sweeping over him and Lan Ling searching for the whereabouts of the demon spirit. The 2 of you actually killed my 2 juniors for the demon spirit. I will definitely not let you go. Zhu Wenxing's clothes were already fluttering in the wind. His goal was very clear. Kill the 2 of them and take back the demon spirit in the name of avenging his juniors. This was the main point. Just based on her one-sided words. Mu Yu said. Whether what I said is true or not, everyone will know after searching his body. What good will it do me to frame you? I just don't want my 2 seniors from Johua school to die without knowing the reason, the woman in his arms said coldly. Shameless brat. Now that there are witnesses, you still dare to deny it. Generally speaking, to increase one's cultivation in an instant, one must have cultivated an extremely cruel technique. How many cultivators' spiritual energy did the 2 of you absorb to reach your current cultivation? How many people did you kill? The 2 of you deserve to die. Yes. Today, we will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. At this moment, it didn't matter whether what the woman said was true or not. Everyone was more concerned about the demon spirit on Mu Yu's body. A man's wealth is his own ruin. A demon spirit was enough to make these people say seemingly righteous words. The ugly nature of cultivators made Mu Yu bitterly disappointed. This was the true face of the cultivation world. For the sake of treasure, they didn't care about the so-called justice. In their eyes, there was only the demon spirit, not the truth. How could the truth be compared to a precious demon spirit? The woman in his arms snorted in her heart. That day, they had followed the 2 from Johua school to carry out a plan to kill them and steal their treasure. Originally, if they died in the demon beast forest, the Johua school might not be able to trace it back to them. Unexpectedly, Mu Yu and the others were at the scene. For the sake of the demon spirit, the purple-clothed man took the risk to impersonate Zhu Wenxing, killed Li Yuan, and took them away. However, the demon spirit wasn't on Li Yuan. Mu Yu and the others knew that the purple-clothed man killed the Johua school's disciples. They were worried that the truth would be exposed. If Mu Yu leaked this matter, with the methods of the Johua school, sooner or later, they would find out that it was them who did it. They had no choice but to take the initiative and frame the 2 of them. As long as the 2 of them died, The Zhohua school wouldn't investigate the cause of the deaths of the two disciples. Although they wouldn't be able to obtain the demon spirit, their lives were relatively more important. Mu Yu, be careful later. There's only Zhu Wenxing here during the Jindan period. As long as we go around him, we still have hope of escaping. Lan Ling was extremely anxious. She was thinking about how to pass this matter back to the sect. With their current situation, without her master or Enshu to save them, they were afraid that things wouldn't bode well for them. Mu Yu roughly determined the cultivation of the people around him and nodded. No one cared about whether or not he had really killed Tang Yang and Li Yuan. They were more concerned about the demon spirit on Mu Yu's body. Even if Mu Yu handed over the demon spirit now, he would only be charged with murder. Zhu Wenxing wouldn't let him go. I'll make it clear first. We didn't kill anyone. If the Zhohua school is like this, forcing a murder charge for the sake of a demon spirit, that's too ridiculous, Mu Yu said. Zhu Wenxing laughed. Kid, this isn't up to you. Prepare to die. The spiritual power of the Jindan period went berserk, and the powerful spiritual pressure made the other self-cultivators who wanted to fish in troubled waters secretly change their expressions. Obviously, Zhu Wenxing was warning those people not to interfere in this matter. Mu Yu and Lan Ling's faces were pale. In front of the Jindan period, they were like a lone boat in a storm, so insignificant. They were still calm. After all, it wasn't the first time they had faced a Jindan period cultivator. Enshu's cultivation was much stronger than this Zhu Wenxing's. They were used to the kind of oppression when Enshu trained them. Second senior brother, if you're here, quickly help us. Lan Ling whispered. She scanned everyone, trying to find that familiar figure. Unfortunately, there was no one. There were only pairs of greedy eyes around her. Ling focus. Don't count on others, Mu Yu shouted. At this time, Lan Ling was still thinking that the so-called second senior brother had returned. If he was here, why didn't he come out earlier? Waiting for his sect to be humiliated before he was satisfied. Hand over the demon spirit, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Zhu Wenxing had already made his move. The folding fan in his hand instantly enlarged, and a black light shone brightly. Like a machete, it was mixed with an unparalleled power and rushed towards Mu Yu and the others. The surrounding spiritual power became restless. Many people were forced back by the power of the folding fan and didn't dare to take a step closer. The Jindan period cultivators were so terrifying that no one dared to underestimate them. Mu Yu and the others had no way to block this folding fan. If they were hit by this folding fan, they had no chance of survival. The flying sword in Mu Yu's hand was already spinning in front of him. Lan Ling also withdrew her anticipation and focused her attention on the folding fan again. Her red flying sword flew towards the folding fan. In terms of cultivation, she was higher than Mu Yu. She would at least be able to block a few moves, but definitely not more than 10. I think there's something fishy about the deaths of these two people. At this moment, a pure azalea flower suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Wenxing's folding fan out of thin air and collided with the folding fan. Zhu Wenxing's folding fan flew back, and all his oppression disappeared in an instant. The azalea flower also disappeared. Only a graceful figure fell from the crowd in midair and stood in front of Zhu Wenxing. Chapter 43. This person wasn't second senior brother, at least Lan Ling wouldn't be mistaken. Mu Yu wouldn't be mistaken either, because he knew this person. Tianran's green robes caused Mu Yu to be somewhat startled. This muddle-headed girl who had been looking for Sword Shadow and Dust Wind had actually stood up. But she was able to resist Zhu Wenxing, who was at the gold core stage. How was that possible? Zhu Wenxing stood there with an ashen face. He didn't expect that someone would dare to stop him. When he saw the person standing in front of him clearly, he was stunned again. It was a young girl who looked very fresh and lively. She seemed to be only 14 or 15 years old. A 14-year-old girl. Was she the one who blocked his attack just now? He was a Jindan period cultivator. The people around also pointed and couldn't believe their eyes. Mu Yu and Lan Ling Er's cultivations were already extremely abnormal. They didn't expect that another unbelievable girl would appear at this moment. She could resist Zhu Wanxing, so wasn't her cultivation in the Jindan period? Such a young Jindan period cultivator? Could it be a joke? Who are you? Zhu Wanxing asked vigilantly. He had never seen this girl before. This girl's cultivation made him surprised and suspicious. As the eldest disciple of Zhouhua school, his knowledge of the cultivation world was not inferior to anyone else's. He knew what kind of talented people there were in other sects, but such a young girl with such a high cultivation, let alone seeing her, he had never even heard of her before. Tian Ran smiled very innocently. Her eyes rolled and she said, "I'm Tianshan Tong Laro. Do you guys think I'm very young? I'm already 80 years old." Tian Ran's words made everyone's jaws drop. Such a bright and lively girl was an 80-year-old old woman? This could explain her cultivation that obviously didn't match her appearance, but her clear eyes made people unable to associate her with an 80-year-old old woman. Mu Yu was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe that this girl who was asking people everywhere if they knew about the 9 sword shadows and dust wind was actually an 80-year-old old woman. But if that wasn't the case, then why did she have such a high cultivation? Could she resist Zhu Wanxing in the Jindan period? If Tian Ran was really an 80-year-old old woman, it would be embarrassing to think that he was talking and laughing with her just now. Your Excellency's appearance. Zhu Wanxing was skeptical. If someone told him that a person could reach the Jindan period at the age of 15 years old, he would definitely scoff. But now that a young girl had appeared in front of him, and her cultivation level was no lower than his, he couldn't be sure. He had never heard of the existence of a Tian Shan Tong Laro in the cultivation world. Could it be that she was a hidden expert? I usually pay attention to my skin care. I sleep early and wake up early. I eat regularly and I'm happy every day. That's why I don't age. Everyone can give it a try. I can introduce you to some magical skincare product. Tian Ran smiled sweetly, but it made the people around her shiver. They had gradually begun to believe that this was an old woman with a childlike face. No one would believe that a young girl had the cultivation of the Jindan period. Old Tong Laro, I'm Zhu Wanxing, a disciple of Zhouhua school. I'm avenging my junior brother. I hope you won't stop me. Zhu Wanxing felt a little strange. He wanted to call her senior, but he couldn't bring himself to do so in front of such a young girl. He had to change the way he addressed her. Tian Ran turned her head and winked at Mu Yu. Mu Yu was at a loss. He really didn't believe that this girl was 80 years old. He would rather believe that this girl was more talented than him. But I think the deaths of these 2 juniors are very strange, Tian Ran said in an old-fashioned tone. In the eyes of others, she was obviously a young girl pretending to be profound. It was neither fish nor fowl. Oh, tell me about it. With Tian Ran around, Zhu Wanxing didn't dare to underestimate her. He kept his cool. If what she said was true, then it would be unwise for him to act rashly. After all, many of the older generation who lived in seclusion had extremely terrifying cultivation. They only chose to live in seclusion to pursue higher realms. Tian Ran squatted down and carefully examined Tang Yang's body. Then she looked at Li Yuan's body. She picked up the dagger next to Li Yuan and looked at it. Then she checked Li Yuan's wound. Finally, she said, I think that little girl was right. Tang Yang's wound was short and swift. It went through his back, which is very consistent with this dagger. Li Yuan's fatal wound was the scratch on his neck. The stab on his chest was added after he died. You can tell from the blood on the wound. A few hours after a person's death, all the blood in his body will coagulate. When he is stabbed again at this time, there will be no blood at all. Even if there is, it will only be a little bit. Therefore, this wound is not fatal. Calmly, she stood up and glanced at the woman in her arms who was the witness. The woman in her arms felt her heart skip a beat. Being stared at by a Tianshan virgin who looked younger than her but whose cultivation was comparable to Zhu Wanxing's, no matter how good her psychological quality was, she vaguely felt that something was wrong. The scratch on Li Yuan's neck was made by a dagger-like magic treasure. I can see that the flying swords of the two people from the falling dust sect don't match this wound at all. However, the wound on Li Yuan's shoulder is very similar to the wound caused by the youth from the falling dust sect. However, it's not a fatal wound. They must have been in a fight. Tian Ran's eyes were sharp enough to see through the matter of the wound. They were afraid of leaving evidence behind when they killed someone, so they naturally wouldn't use their own magic treasures, Zhu Wenxing said. The wound on Li Yuan's neck is purplish black. This isn't caused by the coagulation of blood. There is a trace of poisonous gas in his wound. People who frequently use poison will infect their spirit power with the poisonous gas. This kind of poison won't dissipate for a long time, so it can be drawn out. Tian Ran sent a trace of spirit power into the wound on Li Yuan's neck. Slowly, a trace of purplish-black mist surged out of Li Yuan's neck and was gathered in Tian Ran's palm. When the woman in her bosom saw the purplish-black mist, a trace of panic flashed through her eyes. Although this mist is enough to instantly kill Li Yuan, it's not elegant. Moreover, I can see that Miss Huai's spirit power is very cold. It's similar to this mist. Tian Ran suddenly attacked and a trace of spirit power shot towards the woman in her bosom. The woman in her bosom's expression changed and the purplish-black mist surged around her body. She instinctively wanted to dodge, but Tian Ran's spirit power dissipated before it could touch her. The truth is out. Tian Ran looked at the woman in her bosom with a smile. The purplish-black mist on the woman in her bosom flashed and disappeared, but the people around them all saw it clearly. The woman in her bosom instantly became extremely pale. Her expression flickered. She didn't expect that such a hidden spirit power would be seen through by this Qianshan child in front of her. She suddenly spat out a trace of essence blood. The purplish-black mist expanded and swept towards everyone. The purplish-black mist was overbearing and cold. It was obviously poisonous. Many people involuntarily stepped back, but the woman had already disappeared. Want to escape? Me. Zhu Wenxing's figure also disappeared and chased after the woman in his bosom. The woman in her bosom was only at the foundation establishment stage. It would be difficult for her to escape from Zhu Wenxing during the Jindan period. Tian Ran didn't want to interfere in this matter at all. She skipped in front of Mu Yu and pretended to be experienced. She patted Mu Yu's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Junior, let's go drink tea. I still have something to talk to you about." Before Mu Yu and Lan Ling'er had time to thank her, Tian Ran had already pulled the two of them and disappeared from the courtyard. The onlookers were angry. The demon spirit matter hadn't been solved yet, but Mu Yu had already escaped. But Mu Yu had an 8-year-old Qianshan child by his side, so no one dared to be presumptuous. Needless to say, the demon spirit must have fallen into the hands of this Qianshan child. On a small hill not far from Qingshou City, Mu Yu and Lan Ling'er sat on the ground after surviving a disaster. They looked a little surprised and uncertain, while Tian Ran looked at them innocently with a smile on her face. "You're not really 80 years old, are you?" Mu Yu asked hesitantly. Tian Ran blinked her eyes. "Of course not. I see that you guys place so much importance on the matter of talent. I don't want to expose myself. To be honest, you guys are lacking in spiritual energy here. For the two of you to be able to cultivate to this level at this age is already very good." Mu Yu let out a sigh of relief. This Tian Ran was honest. But when she said this age, Mu Yu felt that it was very strange. Because Tian Ran and he were about the same age, so why did she use such a high and mighty tone? He continued to ask, "Then why did you help us? Didn't you help me find Sword Shadow Dust Wind and Sky Sword 9 Temptations? I think you're a good person. And that person obviously wasn't killed by you." Tian Ran's thoughts were very simple. She didn't feel that she had done anything great. Good people don't have it written on their faces. Mu Yu didn't know if he was lucky or not. He was just taking her to ask someone on the way and didn't help her at all. The other party directly saved them. "You're not from the Moyun mountain range, are you?" Lan Ling'er suddenly said. Tian Ran frowned slightly. She looked very cute when she frowned. After a while, she nodded. "You guys are so backward here. Everyone's cultivation is so low. But it's no wonder. The spiritual energy here is too scarce. It's normal for the cultivation speed to be slow. What does the Moyun mountain range mean? What does it mean if you're not from here? If you're not from here, where are you from? Mu Yu didn't understand. He had never heard of the Moyun mountain range. Lan Ling rolled her eyes at him. Do you think the cultivation world is just a few small sects here? Master said that our place is called the Moyun mountain range. It's vast and boundless, but the real cultivation world is outside the Moyun mountain range. Mu Yu's eyes widened. Why didn't Master tell me before? That's because Master has already told us about this before you came. Do you expect Master to repeat what he told us before to you every night? Lan Ling said bluntly. Mu Yu was speechless. He wanted to refute, but he didn't know where to start. What Lan Ling said made sense. Every time Master told him about the cultivation world, it turned out that it wasn't here, but in another world. This made him feel like he was kept in the dark. Chapter 44. Lan Ling remained silent. She couldn't calm down when second senior brother was mentioned. She knew that second senior brother had left this place long ago and his whereabouts were unknown. However, she still hoped that second senior brother would return one day, return to the Moyun mountain range, return to the Luo Chen sect, and return to her side. It's too difficult for you to go to our place from here. You have to cross the vast 100,000 barren mountains. The 100,000 barren mountains are filled with demonic beasts with high cultivation levels. Most of them are level 4 and level 5 demonic beasts. Even I have to be careful. I think the person with the highest cultivation level here should only be in the Jindan period, right? With the cultivation level of the Jindan period, it's impossible to cross the barren mountains, so you can't get out. Tian Ran pursed her lips. Then how did you get here? Mu Yu asked in confusion. Well, I flew here. Anyway, I have a way. Tian Ran stammered and didn't want to answer this question. This made Mu Yu even more curious. However, since Tian Ran didn't want to say, he didn't ask further. Thinking about it carefully, Mu Yu always thought that the cultivators of the Jindan period were already considered heaven-defying. They could do whatever they wanted in the Moyun mountain range, but even so, they didn't have the chance to get out of the so-called 100,000 barren mountains. Was the 100,000 barren mountains really that terrifying? A level 3 demonic beast was a powerful existence to Mu Yu. Its cultivation level was comparable to that of the Jindan period. However, there were level 4 and even level 5 demonic beasts above level 3. What about level 6 and level 7 demonic beasts? He usually didn't even think about these. He thought of another point. Second senior brother wasn't in the Moyun mountain range. He must have found a way to leave this place, but how did he cross the 100,000 barren mountains? Could it be that his cultivation level had long surpassed the Jindan period? Mu Yu was shocked. If second senior brother's cultivation level was above master's, then he must have chosen to leave the Luo Chen sect because he didn't want to be left out. He said that his future wasn't here. Was it because the cultivation level of the people here couldn't compare to his? Did he leave the Moyun mountain range to find a wider sky? Mu Yu's heart surged with an impulse. A man's ambition was to travel far and wide. He also wanted to leave this Moyun mountain range and see what the outside world was like. He didn't want to be a frog at the bottom of a well. However, his cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage, which was insignificant in the cultivation world. Even the masters of the Jindan period could not get out, so how could he do it? Then why did you come to our barren Moyun mountain range? Lan Ling asked, puzzled. Tian Ran sighed. She sat on a rock, bent her legs, put her hands on her knees, and held her chin, looking dejected. I'm here for Sword Shadow and Dust Wind. It's a pity that none of you have heard of the 9 heavenly sword. I'm so disappointed. I really don't know where to start looking. Sword Shadow Dust Wind? Why are you looking for him? Lan Ling's question was very abrupt. It sounded like she knew who Sword Shadow and Dust Wind was. She realized that it wasn't good to ask this, so she explained, "What I mean is, we've never heard of Sword Shadow and Dust Wind, nor do we know of the 9 heavenly sword. How do you know that the person you're looking for is here?" Mu Yu looked at Lan Ling suspiciously. Her tone was very strange. Lan Ling's words seemed to be trying to cover something up, but Tian Ran didn't notice. Tian Ran shook her head. "This matter is very important. I can't tell you. Otherwise, I'll get into trouble. You should hurry back to your sect. You have demon spirits on you. I don't think those people will let you go." Tian Ran didn't have any thoughts about demon spirits, which made Mu Yu a little surprised. But on second thought, maybe she had something more precious than demon spirit. Rank 3 demon spirits were nothing to her. "What about you?" Mu Yu asked. "Of course I'll continue to look. I won't leave here until I find Sword Shadow and Dust Wind," Tian Ran said firmly. "Then I suggest you go there. Other than Qingshou City, there's another place where cultivators gather. That place is called Wild Square. It's more than 100 miles north of Qingshou City," Lan Ling said, pointing to the distance. That place was in the opposite direction of Luochen Mountain. Tian Ran was overjoyed and stood up. She was very motivated to look for people. "Then I'll go there and take a look. You two be careful. We'll meet again." "You be careful too," Mu Yu said. Tian Ran's temperament seemed very simple, like a little sister next door. Mu Yu wanted to protect her. Unfortunately, her cultivation was far above Mu Yu's. She didn't need Mu Yu's protection. Tian Ran nodded her head and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the horizon, leaving only a dot. Mu Yu and Lan Ling also stepped on their flying swords and quickly flew back to the mountain. Right now, many people didn't dare to chase after them because of Tian Ran. After Tian Ran left, there might be people coveting their demon spirits. It's better to go back while there's no one. On the way back, Mu Yu thought back to Lan Ling's tone. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. After a long silence, he asked, "Ling, do you know Sword Shadow and Dust Wind? You've heard of Sky Sword 9 Temptations, right?" "Never heard of it," Lan Ling said without turning her head. Her answer was very straightforward. This trip down the mountain had encountered a lot of trouble. At this moment, she just wanted to go back quickly. Along the way, she didn't even say much sarcastic words to Mu Yu, which surprised Mu Yu. Mu Yu didn't give up and said, "Ling, do you think I don't know your personality? You always give people something to use against you when you speak. Tian Ran is simple, so it's fine, but how can I not tell? You deliberately pointed in a direction to Tian Ran, and it's so far from here. I think you don't want Tian Ran to find Sword Shadow and Dust Wind. You must know who Sword Shadow and Dust Wind is, right?" Mu Yu wasn't an idiot. After being with Lan Ling for so long, he knew her personality too well. Lan Ling wasn't good at lying, and she wasn't good at talking. She was more straightforward. If she told a lie, Mu Yu could see through it. Lan Ling snorted and ignored Mu Yu. "Why don't you want Tian Ran to find Sword Shadow and Dust Wind? After all, she helped us, didn't she? Master always says that people have to be principled and know how to repay kindness. If you know, I think you should tell Lan Ling." Mu Yu still didn't give up. Lan Ling was silent for a while. In the end, she couldn't help but scold, "Are you an idiot? Can't you hear Sky Sword 9 Temptations? Sword Shadow and Dust Wind, don't you understand? Dust Wind, Feng Haochen. Our master's name is Dust Wind. People outside the Moyun mountain range call him Sword Shadow. The 9 falling dust swords we cultivate is extremely mysterious. Its original name is Sky Sword 9 Temptations. Sky Sword 9 Temptations, Sword Shadow and Dust Wind." Mu Yu's mouth was wide open. He couldn't wrap his head around it for a while. After thinking for a long time, he was extremely surprised. His master was the person Tian Ran was looking for. In Mu Yu's heart, his master had always been a low-key person. He was calm and casual, standing aloof from worldly affairs. Even as the leader of a sect, he didn't put on any airs. But such a kind old man was actually the famous sword shadow and dust wind of the past. Although Mu Yu didn't know what sword shadow and dust wind meant to the people outside, he could roughly guess from Tianran's tone. But why was he in the Moyun mountain range, a place isolated from the rest of the world? He concealed his identity and taught a few disciples. Every day, he worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. He lived a carefree life. What was his purpose? And why was Tianran looking for his master? Senior sister, is this also what master said before I came? After a long time, Mu Yu continued to ask. Lan Ling'er glared at Mu Yu and shook her head. That's not it. I think other than Enshu, only you and I know about this. I also accidentally overheard the conversation between master and Enshu that night. Only then did I know that our master wasn't a simple person. I've never told anyone about it. Then master's cultivation is indeed only in the Jindan period. I think something must have happened to master back then, which led to his current state. Our sect is named Falling Dust. I think it's also a remembrance of master's past fame. I haven't asked master what happened in the past because master doesn't want us to know. If master is willing, he will tell us himself. Lan Ling'er said. Then why did you tell me? Mu Yu's worldview was completely changed by the arrival of Tianran. He knew that the place he was in was isolated from the rest of the world. He also knew that his master had an unspeakable past. This huge amount of information made it difficult for him to digest for a while. It also made him unable to understand many things. Because you're an idiot and you want to help that Tianran find that person. I'm warning you, I don't know what happened to master in the past, but I absolutely won't allow anyone to harm master. Tianran came from outside the Moyun Mountains. Since master chose to live in seclusion here, he doesn't want people from the outside world to find this place. No matter how Tianran helped us, she is still an outsider. Unless master is willing, we have no right to break everything master has done. Lan Ling'er's position on this matter was very firm. Mu Yu opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he tactfully closed his mouth. He originally wanted to say that Tianran, such a simple person, shouldn't harm master, but he also felt that Lan Ling'er's words were right. Master chose to live in seclusion here. He changed his name and the name of his famous swordsmanship because he didn't want people from the outside world to find him. How could he break the life master had chosen for an outsider? Although Tianran saved them, Mu Yu also believed that Tianran was a good person and wouldn't harm master. However, master's current cultivation was only in the Jindan period. Then, he must have suffered in the past. He was now living a leisurely life. Mu Yu couldn't be selfish enough to disturb all of this. I understand. I won't tell anyone. Chapter 45. The days after returning to the mountain were very peaceful. Lan Ling'er and Mu Yu didn't mention what happened this time. They didn't discuss how to skip the part where they were saved by Tianran, so they decided to keep it a secret. The demon spirit was also buried by Mu Yu at Luochen Cliff. He didn't want to use it. They didn't want their master to know that someone was looking for him. But the more they tried to hide it, the more guilty they seemed. 2 months had passed, and Lan Ling'er was still looking forward to seeing second senior brother. Unfortunately, he didn't see her. Lan Ling'er asked her master. The quilt wasn't folded by her master on a whim. Lan Ling'er was very happy. She firmly believed that second senior brother had returned. He just didn't show up because of some things. Mu Yu rarely used second senior brother's words to argue with Lan Ling'er. He found that his feelings towards Lan Ling'er had changed. Lan Ling'er was no longer the senior sister who only knew how to be sarcastic. Perhaps it was because they went down the mountain, but Lan Ling'er didn't laugh at Mu Yu anymore. Mu Yu sometimes stared at Lan Ling'er in a daze. He liked Lan Ling'er's every frown and smile. He liked Lan Ling'er jumping around. Now Lan Ling'er was cultivating harder and harder. She almost forgot to eat and sleep. She wanted second senior brother to see a different side of her. She only had second senior brother in her heart. Now when Mu Yu mentioned second senior brother in front of Lan Ling he didn't feel good, so he didn't mention it again. At the same time, every time Mu Yu saw his master bending over to farm, he would sometimes wonder if this easygoing old man was really a famous figure in the cultivation world in the past. From a master who could summon wind and rain to the head of a small sect, what kind of struggles did he go through? Was he willing? But his master had always been so kind. He didn't show any melancholy. He just often looked into the distance at Luo Chen Cliff. No one knew what he was thinking. Mu Yu felt sorry for his master. He didn't know why his master's cultivation fell to the Jindan period. In the past, his master's cultivation must have been very high. Many people fell at his feet. Mu Yu vaguely knew that there were Yuanying and out-of-body realm above Jindan. There were even other realms. Master should have stood at the top of the cultivation world in the past, right? Falling from such a high place into the mortal world, why didn't she see a trace of unwillingness on his body? Speak. You've been restless all this time. What happened when you and Ling went down the mountain? Mu Yu's abnormality did not escape Feng Haochen's eyes. On this day, he called Mu Yu to Luo Chen Cliff alone. The gentle breeze on Luo Chen Cliff fluttered her clothes, making her look so casual. Mu Yu avoided his master's eyes. He didn't dare to look into his master's eyes. He was afraid that his master would see through him. He shook his head and said, "No, it's just that I haven't made any progress in my cultivation recently, so I'm feeling frustrated." Feng Haochen smiled and said, "I'm not old yet, so I can still tell the situation clearly. You are not an impatient person. You have been acting strange ever since you returned to the mountain. I thought you would come and talk to me, but you seem to be avoiding me. What are you feeling guilty about?" Mu Yu clicked his tongue. He couldn't hide his thoughts from his master. Ever since he was accepted as his master's disciple at the academy, Mu Yu felt that this wise old man's eyes seemed to be able to see through his heart. He had never lied to his master, and his master always seemed to know the truth of everything. Ever since he knew that the old man in front of him not only had a unique vision, but also had a respectable past, Mu Yu's feelings were very complicated. He felt that it was a very fortunate thing to become his master's disciple, but he also felt pity for his master's ups and downs in life. He couldn't ask him about it, and this time when he went down the mountain, he found that his inexplicable feelings for Lan Ling made him feel frustrated. With these feelings added together, Mu Yu couldn't calm down and cultivate properly. Mu Yu's expression changed. He opened his mouth and couldn't help but want to ask his question, but he felt that it was too rash. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "Master, I seem to have fallen in love with Ling but Ling always misses her second brother. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to like her. There's no possibility of her liking me." Mu Yu didn't ask about his master's past. If his master was willing to talk about it one day, Mu Yu was willing to be a loyal listener. Perhaps now wasn't the time. Since he couldn't ask about his master's past, then he would talk about one of his emotions. At least it wouldn't arouse his master's suspicion, and he wouldn't be so frustrated. Feng Haochen was a little surprised. He stared at Mu Yu for a long time, as if he was recalling something. He stroked his beard and said with some emotion, "It's good to be young." Mu Yu lowered his head, feeling a little awkward. He originally wanted to bury this feeling in his heart, but his master was also young once. He used to be so famous, so there must be many girls who admired him. Perhaps he also pursued a girl, so his advice should be of some help to him. There's no such thing as whether or not it's appropriate to like someone. Like is like, there's nothing wrong with that. Ling doesn't like you now because you're always arguing with her about Luo Shong. Of course, I know that it's also because of that argument that you've unknowingly developed feelings for her. Think about it, if you fall in love with her because of that argument, would she fall in love with you because of that? In any case, let nature take its course. Perhaps one day, Ling will discover your good side. Feng Haochen walked to the edge of the cliff and sat down. He was like an ordinary old man, his legs dangling in the air, looking very relaxed. Mu Yu also walked over and sat down like his master. The master and disciple of the Falling Dust sect didn't have any customs, so there wasn't any awkwardness. The relationship between Ling Er and Luo Shong is very deep. Ling Er has liked Luo Shong since she was young. Even after Luo Shong left, her heart hasn't changed. Feng Haochen shook his head helplessly. Her heart might not be able to hold anyone else, but the human heart is made of flesh. Time will also wash away some of the dust. She will notice your feelings for her one day. When that time comes, it'll be up to Ling Er to make her own choice. Mu Yu was silent. Liking someone might be very simple, but liking someone who already had someone else in her heart wasn't so easy. You couldn't be sure if you had a place in the other person's heart, but you couldn't let go of this feeling and weren't willing to give it up so easily. A person's life was filled with all kinds of contradictions, so no matter what choice they made, they would always have some misgivings. Luo Shong is very outstanding. His talent is the same as yours, and his cultivation is very high. Feng Haochen looked at Mu Yu. He couldn't strike a blow to a youth who had just experienced his first awakening of love. There were some things that needed to be pointed out so that he could understand on his own. Lan Ling didn't like Mu Yu from the start. It was only because everyone said that Mu Yu's talent was higher than Luo Shong's. But even now, Mu Yu's cultivation was still at the bottom. If he wanted to live in Lan Ling's heart, then he couldn't just be in name without substance. Mu Yu clenched his fists. He wasn't hardworking in his cultivation. It was just that Enshu had always been watching them from behind, so they couldn't slack off. When Enshu wasn't around, if he could slack off, he definitely wouldn't cultivate. Perhaps he would be more outstanding than others, but he would never be able to catch up to those who truly wanted to surpass him. If cultivation still required someone to hold a whip behind his back without any self-awareness, then how could he live up to the word talent? His cultivation is higher than the current me, Feng Haochen added. When he said this, he was very gratified. His disciple had surpassed his master. That was something he couldn't be more proud of. Master, did he leave because of this? Did he feel that this place couldn't accommodate him? Mu Yu asked. Luo Shong's departure had always been a mystery. Lan Ling Er's explanation was very general, and everyone's answer was also unclear. Feng Haochen said, it was his own choice to leave. As your master, I won't restrict any of you. One day, you will also leave this place, leave this mountain range, and go out. Whether it's Chengyang, Xiongnan, Lan Ling Er, or those two restless children, as long as they want to leave and go out to see the real world, I won't interfere. Mu Yu's heart was in a panic. The future was vast. In this isolated world of cultivation, it was already full of deception. What about the wider world outside? His master's so-called departure was to walk out of the Moyun mountain range. At that time, he would be like Luo Shong, who didn't know when he would come back. As a master, he taught his disciples to be talented and then watched them leave one by one to pursue their own sky. Only the back of an old man was left, looking at the setting sun and recalling the past glory. Now that the glory was gone, who could understand that kind of loneliness? Master, I don't want to leave here. Mu Yu shook his head. He didn't want to see his master standing alone on Luochen Cliff, enjoying the evening wind and growing old alone. Any sect in the cultivation world would let their disciples stay in the sect and become the cornerstone of the inheritance. No sect would be willing to let their disciples leave. However, the Luochen sect was just a name. It didn't have a business to protect with all its life. It only cared about human feelings. As long as human feelings existed, the sect would exist. Go out and see the world. That's your Tao. Don't worry about anything. Anping will accompany me. A fledgling will eventually spread its wings. How can it fight against the sky if it's tied to a rope in the yard? When you make a name for yourself in the outside world, I'll be here to listen to how you stir up the cultivation world. Which sect's genius has been stepped on by you? Which sect's saintess has been taken advantage of by you? That's interesting. One day, when people mention you, they'll mention your master. That's the kind of pride I want. Think about how I'm the master of a certain hero and taught a certain amazing sword god. How honorable would that be? Feng Haochen laughed. None of the disciples I've taken in are good-for-nothings. His master's heart wasn't at peace. Perhaps when he was young, He had crushed all the so-called young talents. Mu Yu even suspected that his master had been so unrestrained in the past and had taken advantage of some saintess. Now that he was old, his heart wasn't old. He taught his disciples not to lose face and to pass down some virtues. If a person with strength took advantage of a saintess, that was called flirting. If a person without strength took advantage of a saintess, that was called being a hooligan and courting death. Mu Yu was very proud. He thought that if he went out and said that he was Jianying Chenfeng's disciple, wouldn't it cause a stir? Rather than saying that the master was basking in the glory of the disciple, it would be better to say that the disciple was basking in the glory of the master. It was just that his master didn't know that he already knew his true identity. Mu Yu's heart was very clear. The haze had dispersed, and he once again picked up the sunlight. If he wanted to pursue his own Tao, if he wanted to truly like someone, he still had a lot of things to do. I don't have any aspect that can compare to Luo Shong. Ling Er doesn't like me because I don't live up to my name. When one day I stand at Luo Shong's height, Ling Er will have a whole new level of respect for me, right? Feng Haochen patted Mu Yu's shoulder. At that time, maybe Ling Er will have to face a choice. However, many times, cultivation doesn't determine a person's heart. Cultivation is only the foundation for you to win Ling Er's approval. If you want Ling Er to have you in her heart, you still have to do a lot of things. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.